event. Dear colleagues, professors, keynote speakers, lecturers, researchers, and distinguished guests, it is both an honor and a great pleasure to welcome you to the first Post-Human Studies Conference series dedicated to the theme Philosophies of Transhumanism, Original Transhumanism, Classic Transhumanism, and Euro-Transhumanism, Human Enhancement, Technology, Ecology, and Co-Evolution. On behalf of Babeș-Bolyai University, the Department of Philosophy of the Faculty of History and Philosophy, the Post-Human Studies Research Group of the Center for Applied Philosophy, and the Post-Human Studies Association, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us, whether in person or online, for this academic event. I'm especially pleased to express a warm welcome to our keynote speakers, Professor Stefan Lorenz-Horner, who is here with us today, and Professor Natasha Victor-Moore. The idea and the conception of this conference emerged from pressing need to foster clarification and critical reflection on the plurality of transhumanist philosophies and movements. As we know, as the field continues to evolve in both academic and public discourse, it becomes increasingly essential to distinguish between the various schools of thought, such as foundational transhumanism, original transhumanism, classic transhumanism, and Euro-transhumanism. Each of them grounded in a slightly distinct philosophical foundations. These differing foundations give rise to both notable similarities and meaningful differences across the influential transhumanist philosophies. Now, in the spirit of academic inquiry, this conference seeks not only to trace the cultural and historical evolution of transhumanism, but especially to engage with its philosophical foundations, particularly in contrast to critical posthumanism. Our aim is to explore the complexity of transhumanist philosophies, examining their diverse implications across cultural, political, ethical, artistic, and existential dimensions in the contemporary world. Thus, in this paradigm, the questions we arise today and throughout the conference addresses a wide spectrum of issues, such as the transformative impact of technological and scientific advancements, the ethics of human advancements, the integration of artificial intelligence, the speculative future of mind uploading and long-termism, concerns related to eugenics and bioethics, environmental sustainability, art, aesthetics, religion, and beyond. Now, by cultivating open, critical, and interdisciplinary dialogue, we aspire to advance new perspectives on transhumanism that can contribute meaningfully to our understanding of what it means to be human or post-human in the age of rapid transformation. The conference agenda reflects this ambition. It features a rich and diverse range of presentations designed to provoke thought and foster dialogue. The organizing committee has put together a stimulating scientific program, bringing together internationally respected scholars and voices in the field. Now, before I conclude, a few organization notes. This conference is held in a hybrid format, allowing both in-person and online participants. Following each presentation, we'll have a Q&A session open to all attendees. Online participants may either type their questions into the chat box or ask the questions directly. Of course, that I encourage everyone to take an active part in this exchange, as our goal is to promote engaging and productive discussions. With that, I would like to once again express my heartfelt thanks to your presence and participation. Let us make this conference for collaborative exploration and meaningful dialogue as we collectively navigate the philosophical dimensions of transhumanism within the broader context of the human paradigm shift. Now, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Professor Ciprian Mihali, who is the head of the Department of Philosophy, who will offer a few welcoming words. Professor Mihali, the floor is yours.
Try to say a few words, if it works. Yes. Okay, try to be in the camera. You'll excuse once again my poor English. After 30 years of French and Francophone environment, coming back to English is not an easy task. So please excuse my artisanal English. Dear Professor Zorner, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Department of Philosophy of our university, please allow me to welcome you in Cluj in all possible ways and dimensions, physically and digitally. Let me congratulate you for the dedication with which you continue this project on reflection on transhumanism, on its dynamics and varieties. And for this, my gratitude goes to our colleague Schussler, whose energy and dynamism I welcome with joy. It is an honor for us to host this important event this year again. As you know, in the year that has passed since our previous meeting, a lot of things have happened in the world and in Romania. New wars and conflicts, new threatening crises, the strong resurrection of extremist ideologies, scary and complicated elections, the promotion of hate speech and intolerance, the rise of verbal and physical violence, the threat of extremism. We have been able to witness together the revival of regressive political emotions, the promotion in the public space of nostalgia for a great world that never existed, actually. The consolidation of conspiracy theories, some of them related to recent developments in science and technology. We have also been able to see how the alliance between authoritarianism with fascist overtones and the most advanced technologies is making its way into the lives of people around the world. How these technologies, promoted by the richest people on the planet, can be put at the service of accelerationist and alienating political strategies. In this context, it seems to me that the reflection that you tenaciously propose in the frame of your network is the most urgent and necessary in our society. I'm firmly convinced that the dialogues that will take place here will contribute, on the one hand, to the huge battle that we have all to fight against willful ignorance, which allows itself to be so easily manipulated, and on the other hand, to the consolidation of critical and ethical reflection on new technologies and the future of the human being. I am so impassioned to follow your presentation that I wish you all success for these 2 days of rich conferences and discussions. Thank you very much, and good luck for the words of this.
Thank you, Professor Mihali, for your kind words and wise words. Now, I will introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Stefan Lorenz Sorler. He's a philosophy professor at John Cabot University in Rome, director and co-founder of Beyond Humanism Network, fellow at the Institute for Ethics and Emerging Technology, research fellow at the Iwa Institute for the Humanities at Iwa Women's University in Seoul, academic advisor of Humanity Plus, and visiting fellow at the Ethics Center of Friedrich Schiller University in Jena. He is editor of more than 10 essay collections and author of the following monographs: Metaphysics Without Truth, published by Marquette University Press, Menschenwürde nach Nietzsche, Transhumanismus, Schöner neuen Mensch, Übermensch, on transhumanism, which have always been side works published by Bristol University Press in 2022, a very good book. I recommend everyone to read the book. And Philosophy of Post-Human Art, published by Schwab in 2022, another great book, who was also translated now in Greek this year. Now we had a book presentation last week in Lesbos. No? Also, Transhumanismus with Philip von Becker, another book, Homo Ex Machina, together with Ben Klein-Kuhn. Another book which was also translated in Korean in 2024. In addition, Professor Sorner is editor-in-chief and founding editor of the Journal of Post-Human Studies, a double-blind peer-reviewed journal published by Penn State University Press since 2017. Furthermore, he is in great demand as a speaker in all parts of the world, such as the World Humanities Forum, Global Solutions Taipei Workshop, Biennale Arte Venezia, TEDx, Paris of Ostrava. And he's also a regular contact person of national and international journalists and media representatives such as Die Zeit, Cicero, The Standard, Der Presse am Sonntag, Philosophy Now, Il Sole 24 Ore. Now, this being said, Professor Sorner, the floor is yours.
So many thanks for that kind introduction. And yeah, many thanks also for the Department of Cluj, also strongly supporting that extremely relevant type of research, which is actually, and you rightly highlighted the enormous relevance, even like all of these reflections in particular have gained in the past years. And there are strong resonances and there are strong connections also with some aspects of transhumanism, but not with all aspects of transhumanism. And so it is very important to distinguish the great variety of different types of transhumanism. And I mean, in the academia, sort of reflections on critical posthumanism has already been raised incredibly. It's been engaged with in great detail in the universities. On the other hand, sort of the transhumanist enterprises, they're very strong in the outer world, in Silicon Valley, and in the tech world. They're really making things happen. And so, and there's a hostility often between university and the tech world, and that's even supported nowadays in American politics. You can see sort of the battle. And I don't think that necessarily has to be actually the conflict between the two. And it's part of the binary thinking, which is part of the challenge. There are many more nuanced positions which actually need to be dealt with and considered. And I'm really happy that you are sort of, with your enormous amount of academic enterprises, you're trying to rise the academic level, the intellectual level of engagement with both of these traditions, and in that respect, in particular with the field of transhumanism, which because of the enormous impact it has on various aspects of from theology to the arts to anthropology, ethical questions, political questions, how we deal with gene technologies, brain-computer interfaces, now AI, everyone's talking about AI. So, but it's important to reflect upon the philosophies of transhumanism, take a stance back, and realize no, it's not all black and white thinking. We need to really keep a lot of nuanced differences in mind. So I try to stress that in the presentation on variety of transhumanism. In general, it's crucial to always be careful when making general philosophical judgments. And there's a widely shared tendency to follow into the track of binary thinking, and this also applies to many intellectuals of the posthuman. Many critical posthumanists regard transhumanism as a central enemy, and many transhumanists do not regard it as meaningful to intellectually engage with critical posthumanism, as this intellectual attitude is regarded as an ivory tower approach, which has nothing to do with the real world. However, there is neither one transhumanism nor is there one critical posthumanism. And it's important to at least distinguish like the foundational critical posthumanism of Pierre Passan, which started in the end of the 70s. Secondly, sort of a radical posthumanism, which affirms antinatalism and various versions of critical posthumanism. I mean, and that antinatalism, radical posthumanism, I don't even mention the thinkers who are associated with that. I think that really goes too far. In many respects, has many very problematic enterprises. Then there are various versions of critical posthumanism which can be seen as moderate, but which differ with respect to how they stand concerning social liberal democracies. And there are those who are still in favor of versions of social liberal democracies, and others who, like that the first category, which and others who regard it as appropriate to overcome social liberal democracy. That's fundamental distinctions between these four different types of critical posthumanism. Concerning transhumanism, one can distinguish like the foundational transhumanism, definitely of Julian Huxley, which goes back to 1951. Then there's the original transhumanism of FM 2030, Max More and Natasha Vita-More, and they do clearly take a very different stance, and we'll hear about that actually on the second day of the conference. Than what many people associate with sort of transhumanism, utilitarianism, and so on, and that doesn't apply to them. Actually, the discourse was strongly shaped then by the classic transhumanism of Nick Bostrom and his, who was the head of the former head of the Future of Humanity Institute. And fourthly, there's sort of the Euro-transhumanism, which I developed together with others, and they need to be clearly distinguished. Pronatalism is primarily affirmed by a few classic transhumanists, not by all of them. Hence, it would be wrong to simply identify antinatalism also with antinatalism with critical posthumanism and pronatalism with transhumanism. That's also very simple-minded. As there are many critical posthumanists as well as transhumanists who affirm neither pronatalism nor antinatalism. Often this is the case due to them having doubts concerning the possibility of making statements which claim universal validity. And similar reflections also apply to the distinctions between accelerationism and decelerationism, or long-termism and short-termism. There are certain resonances, but they are not so easily categorizable. To fall into the trap of binary thinking is particularly challenges for critical posthumanists, as it's their goal to move beyond such binaries. However, the goal is also being shared by many transhumanists. In this respect, quite a few intellectuals committed performative self-contradictions, intellectually criticizing power hierarchies but enjoying the power of professorship at a university, regularly stressing the urgency of implementing regulations against global warming but embracing the excitement of flying around the world to give keynotes on this topic, highlighting the need to deal with enormous suffering which occurs in animal factories while enjoying a delicious filet steak after a lecture, not committing suicide while regarding human lives as not worthy of being lived, focusing on the relevance of dealing with absolute poverty in parts of the global south, but affirming the luxury of working on expensive Apple devices, even though products by a much cheaper producer would equally well fulfill the academic needs. Those and similar performative self-contradictions can widely be observed. It often seems to be the case that the intellectuals in question are aware that their academic papers have no political impact. Hence, their publication have no negative consequence concerning their personal preferences. At the same time, they are also aware that highlighting specific insight is widely shared in academia. Consequently, stressing a specific issue helps them to climb up the academic ladder, while it does not have any negative consequences for them, as their academic reflections have no political implications which would undermine their personal preferences. There's quite a bit of ivory tower in certain traditions. It must be noted there are some researchers who strongly live in accordance with their worldview and do not commit a performative self-contradiction. A prime example could be Gianluca Francesco Grimalda, who's concerned about the social implications of global warming. And his refusal to fly indirectly led to his dismissal from the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. He was at a conference on the other side of the world, and on the way back, he basically refused to take a plane, and that took so long, and as a consequence, or indirectly, he was actually dismissed from the institute. However, in the end, a documentary was shot on his life by Paulo Casales entitled The Researcher. It has its premiere in June 2024 at the Cinema Ambiente Festival. Besides the issue of being intellectually dishonest, there are alternative challenges when dealing with the leading edge of post-human debates, which can be as problematic as employing binary thinking, trying to move away from such thinking. Blurring any differences can be as challenging as committing performative self-contradictions, as distinctions are needed for academic exchanges. Otherwise, academic exchanges turn into poetry sessions. And I'm aware that I'm not doing full justice to poetry. In 2023, the theory test créale was developed, which claims that transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism, modern cosmism, rationalist ideology, effective altruism, and long-termism are interconnected theories, which get upheld by several leading members of big tech to justify expensive projects. Even though it might be the case that some leading tech entrepreneurs affirm elements of all these theories, it doesn't follow that all of these theories are so strongly interconnected that they form a type of interconnected unity. Entrepreneurs do not have to be philosophers, intellectuals, or academics. If Elon Musk subscribes to elements of various of these theories, it doesn't follow that these theories are interconnected or that they form a new unity. Elon Musk is not a philosopher, and he should not be treated as if his claims had any philosophical value. I regularly stress this insight in my classes, and there's a difference between having an opinion and making an informed judgment. Elon Musk has opinions, while a philosopher is capable of making informed judgments. Being able to make an informed philosophical judgment demands an awareness of the history of philosophy, having reflected on implications of currently shared worldviews, as well as a comprehensive awareness of the challenge in question. This is the reason why there's a significant difference between Peter Singer reflecting on abortion and a gynecologist doing so. One needs to uphold sort of the value of what philosophers can actually do. And that's different from what a medic can do, even if the medic might have practiced, abortions for many decades, but they don't have the necessary qualifications to reflect upon the ethical issues. The gynecologist might have practical experience of an abortion. Only a philosopher can have the appropriate prudence for making an informed judgment on the issue. It's not the case that both merely have opinions on the issue in questions. Opinions and informed judgment need to be distinguished. These reflections also apply to the test créale theory. It is intellectually lazy to affirm the theory, and that's why I'm not mentioning who dealt with that, because I don't think it's a good theory. It's an intellectually lazy theory, as both original transhumanism as well as Euro-transhumanism are highly critical of long-termism and effective altruism. It's not the case that all of these theories simply get blurred. Euro-transhumanism explicitly rejects singularitarianism as well as rationalist ideologies. It is simply wrong to claim that transhumanism converges or must be interconnected with all the theories mentioned. Difference matter, and their relevance needs to be acknowledged. If distinct approaches simply get thrown together, a person might engage in activism, marketing, or politics, but not in critical philosophical thinking. Even if someone affirms a specific stance early on in their career, it might not be the case that this also applies to the end of a person's life. Hence, nuanced specifications are always important. In the following, I'll address the importance of distinguishing the plurality of significantly different approaches within transhumanism. I strongly highlight the difference between critical posthumanism and transhumanism, as critical posthumanism is rooted in the continental philosophical context related to Deleuze and Foucault, while transhumanism had its roots in the Anglo-American tradition related to evolutionary thinking. I'm aware that some scholars have adopted a different use of the term trans and posthumanism, whereby transhumanism is taken as a general concept, which can then be distinguished further, such that transhumanism as well as critical posthumanism fall under the general category of posthumanism. But those scholars who employ the concept in this manner highlight that the posthuman paradigm shift, which is related to the great variety of posthumanisms, applies to a great variety of posthuman approaches, which means becoming applies which means that the shift from categorically dualist ontology towards a non-dualist ontology of becoming applies both to trans as well as to critical posthumanism. This stance can be challenged as some transhumanism highlight that they regard themselves in the tradition of enlightenment, whereby they imply that they hold on to the existence of a categorically dualist ontology concerning fundamental substances. That means human beings consist of a material body and an immaterial soul. There are some transhumanists who do so, but definitely not all of that. That's very important. Steve Fuller goes into that direction, for example. An additional reason for not regarding posthumanism as a general category under which trans and critical posthumanism get subsumed is that these two traditions have different pedigrees, namely the Anglo-American evolutionary tradition in the case of transhumanism and continental French philosophy in the case of critical posthumanism. The third reason against subsuming both trans as well as critical posthumanism under the category of posthumanism is that hardly any serious transhumanist uses the concept of posthumanism to refer to their own approach. That's why I think sort of to subsume everything that's posthumanism and they're like critical post and transhumanism, I don't think that's an appropriate use of the term. It really makes much more sense to clearly distinguish those, like the continental outgrowths from Deleuze, which leads to critical posthumanism, and there's like an evolutionary Anglo-American thinking which leads to transhumanism. Please note that this doesn't apply that the concept of the posthuman is not being used by transhumanists. This is not the case, of course not. However, there's a significant difference between the term posthumanism and posthuman. You always need to keep like the concepts very clearly separate. Posthumanism stands for a cultural movement, while the concept posthuman comes up both in trans as well as in critical posthumanism. However, the meaning within the two traditions differs significantly. Within critical posthumanism, the posthuman stands for a non-dualistic reinterpretation of anthropoi, such that an essentialist understanding of human nature is being rejected, and that's the fundamental move which takes place in that tradition. Within transhumanism, on the other hand, the posthuman stands for further developed human, who possesses qualities which significantly lie beyond the current limitations of human beings. However, some identify the posthuman with an uploaded personality, with a digital entity. Others with a member of a new species, so it's actually new species which can no longer sexually procreate with a current human species comes about, and others with a member of and a third group with a member of the human species, but with qualities which significantly lie beyond these boundaries of currently living human beings. So it's still a member of the human species, but with qualities currently human beings do not have. And so it's also very important to keep these separation and distinctions in mind. So posthuman is a very open concept, which does come up in both traditions. The concept of the posthuman also becomes relevant concerning the general definitions of transhumanism. All transhumanists claim that it's in our interest to move beyond our current limitations, such that the likelihood increases for the coming about of the posthuman. I think that's sort of the very general statement which can be made concerning all versions of transhumanism. Hence the relevance of emerging technologies. Some bioliberals, like Julian Savulescu, might even be more open than some transhumanists concerning the use of emerging technologies. But Julian Savulescu is not a transhumanist. He's a bioliberal. So again, differences matter. Even though, on some issues with a moral duty to use, certain types of genetic enhancement, he might be more demanding than many transhumanists. So, but just like, in the academic debate, one needs to, have a clear usage of the terms of the concept. And this is really lacking in a lot of debates. When explaining the relevance of emerging technologies, transhumanists refer to the importance of increasing the likelihood of the coming about of the posthuman. While such an explanation is not given by bioliberals, who might just highlight utilitarian obligations or the relevance of the norm of negative freedom for choosing the use of emerging technologies. So that sort of seems to be the fundamental difference between bioliberals and transhumanists. Transhumanists affirm the relevance of moving beyond our current boundaries for increasing the likelihood of the coming about of the posthuman, as thus the quality of life gets promoted. which goes along with an affirmation of technologies and a rejection of a stable human nature, in most cases. Concerning contact, the only quality which is being shared by all serious transhumanists is the relevance of an extended health span for increasing the quality of life. There's, otherwise there's a great variety of different concepts of the good, which transhumanists prefer. But like one thing which is really a stronghold is like, actually there are studies which clearly say 4 out of 5 there was a study being made by psychology. There are other studies as well. But one says, 4 out of 5 Americans affirms that if they're healthy, they would want to live 120 and longer. And that's a significant number. That's 80%. I would have thought it's actually more. And some studies say that it's more. So given, think about that yourself. If you're completely healthy, would you want to live longer than 120? No, why should you not? But, so all of these elements are also being shared by all representational thinkers of the most iconic varieties of transhumanism, which I want to distinguish now. So a great number of different varieties of transhumanism need to be conceptualized, and central to at least distinguish 4 central versions of transhumanism. So firstly, the foundational transhumanism, which really goes back 70 years by Julian Huxley. He coined the term and he embraced a very specific take on it. He didn't talk about digitalization. He talked about genes and eugenics. Secondly, the original transhumanism of Max Moore and related thinkers. Thirdly, the classic transhumanism of Nick Bostrom. And fourthly, the Euro-transhumanism, which I'm presenting. In the following passage, I will highlight just a few elements concerning similarities and differences within these 4 iconic variations. So firstly, concerning Nietzsche. While Moore and my own approach has been strongly influenced by Nietzsche, Huxley and Bostrom clearly position themselves within the Enlightenment tradition, which is a completely different tradition. So it's just to show it's not one transhumanism now. Utopia is the second element. Moore and I share a strong anti-utopian stance. We're extremely critical concerning utopia. Huxley, too, does not affirm a static utopia, while Bostrom defends utopias as a valuable and viable concept. Thirdly, the issue of perfection. Moore, Huxley, and I agree insofar that we reject the notion of perfection, but stress a process-oriented, permanent overcoming of limits. Some of Bostrom's comments affirm a more classic understanding of perfection, and I'll cite the passages actually later on. Fourthly, there's utilitarianism. In contrast to Bostrom, who is a utilitarian ethicist, Huxley, Moore, and I affirm alternative ethical theories. Again, so it's not actually sort of to identify utilitarianism with transhumanism. It's just because there's a strong influence from classic transhumanism in the public perception. Mind uploading as a fifth issue. Concerning mind uploading, the situation is different. Here, both Moore and Bostrom are supportive of the concept. Huxley doesn't address this issue, and I'm rather skeptical concerning this feasibility. I'm not excluding the possibility. I have significant doubts. Sixthly, the issue of politics. Moore and Bostrom have sympathies for more libertarian forms of government. Huxley and I support versions more of a welfare state liberalism, which is very different from libertarian understanding. So these short characterizations show clearly how transhumanism is portrayed in mass media today corresponds closely to classic transhumanism. As transhumanism is being portrayed as an enlightenment approach, which is being affirmed by the financial elite of Silicon Valley, which regards it as likely that it will be possible to realize mind uploading in the near future, such that then artificial super intelligent agents will take over the world and put humans into the zoo. Their current ideals of perfection can be described as versions of hyperhumanism, which leads to Superman on Viagra and Wonder Woman on Botox, while traditional elements of discrimination get promoted further, such that sexism, racism, heteronormativity, and oligarchy become even stronger than they have been. So that's a widely shared misconception of all types of transhumanism. Might apply to some, but definitely the majority of transhumanism approach does not share these, and it doesn't apply to these characterizations. So in how far is it fair to conceptualize transhumanism in this manner? Hyperhumanism is widely shared conceptualization of transhumanism. And recently, the description of a technological extension of traditional humanism was also used too. This is a fair description of transhumanism. It depends on how you conceptualize humanism, how relevant perfection is, and whether humanism demands a categorically dualist ontology. In the article Transhumanist Values from Bostrom from 2001, the following quote implied that transhumanism is a hyperhumanism in which classic versions of perfection get affirmed. So I'm just referring to some explain which actually affirm the stereotypes, but really stressing it just applies that to this classic transhumanism. And so he said, transhumanism imports from secular humanism the ideal of a fully developed and well-rounded personality. We can't all be Renaissance geniuses, but we can strive to constantly refine ourselves and to broaden our intellectual horizon. That shows like many, or confirms many of the prejudices. He also stresses the following: the humanistic Renaissance ideal of the well-developed personality as a goal. And this way of thinking of perfection goes along with an affirmation of dualities, which imply sexism, racism, heteronormativity. And that doesn't apply to all the other versions of transhumanism, but there are certain resonances with classic transhumanism. And it was not a big surprise for many critics of transhumanism when the comments which Bostrom wrote in his 20s became public knowledge, which was about 2 years ago. And I'm not even citing, don't even want to cite the passage because I don't want to take the words into my mouth. That's how disgusting the description is. Bostrom apologized for these comments, in which he made sort of stress correlation between skin color and intelligence. However, it was regularly highlighted that Bostrom, I cite, conspicuously failed to withdraw his central contention regarding race and intelligence, unquote. Consequently, the issue of racism is not completely off the table when it comes to Bostrom's classic transhumanism, but it does not apply to the others. So this is why I just think, no, don't take that as transhumanism. There might be some, but the rest, this is not the case. A further accusation of this way of thinking is that being anti-democratic and certain elements of Bostrom's approach seem to be in favor of this way of thinking. For example, when it comes to the question of who should be a political decision maker, and he introduced the term of the singleton. And I cite, so in set theory, a singleton is a set with only one member, but as I introduce the notion, the term refers to a world order in which there is a single decision maker agency at the highest level. Among its power would be the ability to rent any threats, internal or external, to its own existence and supremacy, and secondly, the ability to exert effective control over major features of its domain, including taxation and territorial allocation, unquote. As a singleton would probably go against decisions making on a democratic basis, because it's like a single decision maker. It's an anti-democratic by design. It is a centralized decision-making institution. And how far such a political structure has to be problematic, that's a separate issue which does need to be discussed. In any case, it can be summarized that perfectional racist and anti-democratic tendencies can be associated with Bostrom's classic transhumanism. But it's his approach, and that doesn't represent sort of the other approaches which I refer to. However, we're wrong to claim that these traits apply to all forms of transhumanism. Unfortunately, in 2023, the theory Test-Creal was claims that transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism, modern cosmosism, rationalist ideology, effective altruism, and long-termism are interconnected theories, which get upheld by several leading members of big tech to justify expensive projects. And I already explained why it's intellectually lazy to affirm the theory, as there are many different versions of transhumanism, and it's absolutely important to always keep this in mind. Just because a few Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, in particular from the so-called PayPal mafia, affirm elements of the various theories listed, does not mean that they have to be interconnected. Entrepreneurs do not have to be philosophers, and just because some entrepreneurs affirm selective elements of the various theories, for example, heteronormativity, does not imply that transhumanism demands heteronormativity. I was thinking of Musk and some of his comments and why he moved from California to Texas. It is correct that the entrepreneurial spirit of Musk Thiel, Buterin includes many elements which are also central for transhumanism, or which can also be found in selected transhumanist approaches. The relevance of expanding human health span is strongly promoted by Peter Thiel and Vitalik Buterin. At the same time, Thiel is also extremely critical of democratic political structures. He already highlighted following 2009, he stressed, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible," unquote. Musk is intensely concerned with human survival and facing the risk of human extinction. At the same time, he's acting intensely against what he calls woke mind virus, unquote. Is it fair to label all three of them as transhumanists? All three entrepreneurs are public figures who are highly conscious of their personal trends. And the term transhumanism has got a rather dubious reputation in the public discourse. So even the World Transhumanist Association has rebranded itself as Humanity Plus in 2008. I'm not sure whether that was such a good move. Neither in academia, but it is still related because there is a certain in the public perception connected to the term of transhumanism. Neither in academia nor in the public discourse the concept of transhumanism is associated with positive qualities and traits, unfortunately. Dehumanization, inequality, eugenics, anti-democracy, oligarchy, totalitarian, total control society, and a necessary tension with religious, humanist, and ecological worldviews are often mentioned as reasons for why transhumanism has got such a bad reputation. Undeservedly so, but it only applies to one specific outreach, one specific take. At the same time, it needs to be noted that by means of their intellectual judgment, personal connections, as well as some of their financial donations, their intricate connection with transhumanism cannot be doubted of the entrepreneurs I just mentioned. So concerning Musk, the connection is particularly noteworthy concerning the Future of Humanity Institute. And besides many other connections, he donated £1 million British to the Institute in 2015. He also contributed a blurb to Bostrom's book Superintelligent and popularized Bostrom's simulation hypothesis in many events. So concerning Thiel and Buterin, the connection with transhumanism is particularly strong concerning the donations to the Methuselah foundations. I quote, Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin donated 2.4 million Ether to the Sense Research Foundation, an outgrowth from the Methuselah Foundation And last year he donated 25 million in SHIB tokens to the Future of Life Institute and 1,000 Ether and 430 billion Elon tokens to the Methuselah Foundation, unquote, which is dedicated to anti-aging research and work related to orbital crane. Yeah. So conclusion, these reflections have clearly shown that there's a great variety of different types of transhumanism. So and the other versions, they don't fall into their depth. So I merely highlight, the bad reputation is really due to the take of classic transhumanism and the implications that way of thinking had on Silicon Valley, on the political field now, in the Trump administration, because there's a strong connection between Vance and Thiel, and that's how Musk and all that got associated to the conservative political party. But so it is important. And there's in academic discourse, and one should be nuanced in academic discourse. There's still all the transhumanists are like that, and just do specify and do recognize. There are many other very challenging, very intellectual, very, very interesting, actually, philosophically interesting transhumanist approach. And it's essential to be aware of the various different approaches. And among the various versions of philosophical transhumanism, foundational, original, classic, and Euro-transhumanism need to be considered. Concerning entrepreneurial transhumanism's Musk version, which is focused on existential risk, needs to be highlighted in the same way as the version of is dedicated to increasing the health span, which is supported by Thiel and Buterin. However, it needs to be noted that it doesn't make sense to apply philosophical criteria to entrepreneurial versions of transhumanism. At the same time, the current cultural, social, and economic relevance of transhumanism need to be noted. This applies to the realms of philosophy, culture, art, politics, as well as entrepreneurship. It's also intriguing to note that neither the entrepreneurs who affirm these ideas know the cultural protagonists, many of it from the organization Humanity Plus, there was sort of that hesitation to strongly highlight the word transhumanism, even because it was rebranded from World Transhumanist Association to Humanity Plus. And unfortunately, transhumanism has closely been associated with many problematic terms so far. And I think that the identification of classic transhumanism with the public perception of transhumanism is at least partly responsible or strongly responsible for that situation. And I share many worries concerning classic transhumanism. I also think that, but I'm embracing transhumanism, and I also think the fundamental principles of transhumanism increase the likelihood of an increased quality of life, which is the reason why I defend transhumanism, proposing a variant I coined Euro-transhumanism. I share many of the connections with what, the foundation of the original transhumanism, which the Morse has actually proposed. Also, their strong connection to the Nietzschean way of thinking. And I think sort of by dealing with that way of thinking, actually, it can also lead to a much more nuanced and philosophically rich approach. And that's why I'm very happy that we're having such academic engagements with taking transhumanism seriously, and one shouldn't all reduce it to a comic version as presented in classic transhumanism. And so please always have a nuanced understanding. Many thanks for your attention.
Many thanks, Professor Schussler, for your intellectually stimulating talk and for this very important distinction between these various forms of transhumanism. So now I'm officially opening the Q&A session, and if there are questions from the public in person or online participants.
Professor Sonia, thank you very much for your presentation. That was very enlightening. And I have a good list of questions, so I have to prioritize. And okay, so in your keynote speech, you have made clear that your variant of Euro-transhumanism does not advocate for perfection. I find that argument very interesting. It seems from there that I take that the advocacy is more for going beyond human limits. And so I'm wondering if you could give us an outline of what limits Euro-transhumanism advocates to go beyond them, and also, is there a conception where maybe being a posthuman or a transhuman that is over the limits is a better being in some way, or where that could lead to another conception of perfection? I'm thinking about a book that I read recently. Is from John Passmore, The Perfectibility of Man, that considered that on thinking about improving humanity always underlie a theory of human perfection. And the question I'm trying to conceptualize is whether, in your position, going beyond the limits, there is an underlying sense of perfection.
Many thanks. Yeah, great question, wonderful question. So that's also why I'm not talking about improving humanity. And I really react strongly, actually, like the Moores also do, Max Moore, Natasha Rita Moore. It's the notion of perfection is really highly problematic, because it affirms like one specific, one ideal, and if you don't fulfill the ideal, then you're ill, then you're lacking something. And this is really hyperhumanism. And I showed you that, Bostrom actually affirms such way of thinking. But more Natasha, more Max, more we have a, we all reject that specific essentialist understanding of an ideal. And what is the alternative? And so it's not about improving humanity, because no, it's true. If it's making all humanity, then you need a concept of a stronger content-wise stronger concept of the good. I affirm rather like a non-formal conception of the good. concerning the notion of you know, what it means to live a good life, in the end, nothing can be said content-wise. It all depends on your wants, strivings, longings, desires, which are different, you know, in each one of us. We've like a bundle of tribes and affects out of which we're constituted. And, you know, if we ask people, you know, what they want, there's not one element which actually applies to all of us. However, and this is where I'm sort of relativizing, there are some things which are widely shared, and that's why I stress, not most people, if they're being asked, you know, what about living longer healthily? And, you know, that's, you know, empirical studies, you know, 80, some even go higher, you know, I firm know if I'm healthy, that's either intrinsically or instrumentally somehow relevant for my quality of life. It can be the case that just by being healthy, I am happy. Others say, no, I need to be, so it's an instrumental notion. I need to be healthy, and then I can fly to moon, then I can help my neighbors, then I can travel the world and try different wines. You know, they're different. The relevance of health is very different. But that's at least content-wise the one thing which is widely shared. This is why I think sort of health also politically needs to be taken extremely seriously, or why something like a universal health care system is a wonderful achievement, which doesn't exist in the United States. You know, this is why sort of, that's an argument also, again, sort of that libertarian outlook, which is being shared by classic transhumanism. And so no, it should be something, and so strongly stressing the principle of morphological freedom. People have, you know, should have the right to basically make decisions concerning, you know, their morphologies, how they want to give shape to their existence, as long as they don't directly harm another person. That is always, you know, needs to be taken into consideration. But what that directly harming means, that's a tricky notion, and we, you know, it's not so easily answerable. I've dealt with it, but it's a more complex notion. But at least that sort of, once you directly harm another person, then things become problematic. But that at the same time means, well, and that also means quite some extreme changes or alterations could become, you know, could be justified. You know, what do you do with someone, you know, wants to have his healthy leg removed, and doesn't want to claim health benefits afterwards? I finance, you know, removing my healthy leg because I don't think that leg belongs to me. And I would think, no, I mean, even that, you know, you know, if the person has that wish for a certain period of time, that makes fully sense. I don't understand it, but I don't understand the notions, the concept of the good life of many people. You know, but I don't want to impose my own understanding of theirs. If it's good for them, then, you know, let them live in accordance with it. And I think that's one of the wonderful achievements, basically, of the Enlightenment, like that great plurality of different concepts of the good, which we can live so. And unfortunately, you know, there's more and more, you know, authoritarian regimes are coming up who want to limit that again. So we need to always keep in mind what a wonderful achievement that is, and that is sort of the only thing. So it's a non-formal concept of the good, which I would stress. You know, that's, you know, following your desires, dreams, and longings, as long as you don't directly harm another person. But content-wise, you know, there are not many things which are actually widely shared. The one thing, maybe living longer healthily, is something, and that's, you know, as you can see, it's a very different concept from, you know, from the fully rounded personality, the hyperhumanist Vitruvian ideal, which was basically referred to in classic transhumanism. So, and that has strongly paternalistic and dangerous and violent implications, whereas, you know, I think sort of a non-formal concept of the good is a wonderful achievement, and we need to cherish it.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are other questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, when you were talking about the papers of philosophers that do not have any influence and about the other things, And my question is twofold. For one, do you think that transhumanists or Euro-transhumanists should use their expertise, their thinking to influence or to advise people, especially policymakers, in the relevant topics? And the second part is, do you think that transhumanism still has hope for it? I mean, there is a lot of groundwork that is needed. Because if we read transhumanist texts and postulates, we can easily find a lot of shortcuts that were taken. And this causes a lot of problems, some paradoxes. I will present one during the speech. And do you think that transhumanism still can overcome these shortcomings, these problems with groundwork? Or do we need to develop new theories, maybe on the ground of Euro-transhumanism, that would be helpful and would have any practical use? Thank you.
Oh, tricky questions, really, and that's really important. I do think so. There are various levels on which philosophies, philosophizing takes place. So on the one hand, it's sort of really challenging intellectual groundwork, dealing with, but that's something which is not. And I talked to that with like my friends and like Sven Helbig, the composer. And I said, no, what you're doing is wonderful. When I talk and write my books, it's a limited audience of philosophers. That's a very limited audience in comparison to an artist, to a composer. When you give a concert and you've got like, many thousands of followers and listeners, and the people get like, get emotionally involved and then emotionally, realize the constructive resonances which take place, and it changes their mind. And that once you do that intellectual, philosophic, you don't normally reach, people on that emotional level. Maybe it's particularly in text when you do the writing. It does happen it does happen when you teach, when you're in classes, when you look at people, when you engage with them, when you enter in a direct discourse. And then people take it on and take elements, get convinced, and they pass it on in their teaching, in their classes, when they teach either in schools or at universities. Then, and in the same way, that's why I love cooperating with artists, with musicians, and sort of see the show, in particular, when there are constructive resonances, and we realize, now this is exactly what you're doing, working on, and we realize commonly shared understandings. And so by means of their approaches, then this reaches out to other fields. And I love being part of also public events where, and I think that's important. That's an important pillar. It's not just administration, research, and teaching, but sort of public outreach. And that was also accepted in UK universities now. That's become an important factor. You need to share, you need to distribute. And that's it's proper, it shows the relevance also of the relevance of what you're doing. And then you can, and there can be a way of dealt with sort of politicians or lawmakers, and that changes attitude. So you get some inspiration. And so that can have an impact, but it's a different impact than what artists or composers have, because they reach a much wider audience in most cases. But I do cherish, because I think these issues, in particular engaging with the most fundamental contemporary challenge, and impacts of new technologies, they are so centrally related to the life world. I think this is what I would want to do. What I think should be done, actually, if you take seriously and you try to, not on a large scale, not on the largest scale, but whenever it's possible, because not philosophy, philosophy doesn't normally apply to such a great amount of people, at least, because it's a very intellectual discipline. And And you're right also concerning the second observation. Yeah, so much damage which has been done, and there's so many prejudices concerning transhumanism, and and so many, many transhumanists even like distance themselves from the term. On the other hand, in academic discourse, what is happening? Like issues like mind uploading, or issues concerning authenticity and brain-computer interfaces. Possibilities of what AI as a means to create an artwork. All the specific topics are intensely being discussed in academia, in ethical, in political philosophy, in theoretical philosophy. So it is rather, so many are engaging with the various questions, not realizing, not even realizing the overall connection to transhumanism. And you can even see that with respect to the entrepreneurs who mentioned there is a close connection between like the Future of Humanity Institute and Musk, but he doesn't talk about transhumanism explicitly because it's got such a bad reputation. So there's a and they're very aware of the public image they present, and they don't want to offend too many people. So they are dangerous, and I think it's a shame that this is the case. And I'm hoping to, I'm using the term transhumanism, and I'm hoping that still can be altered. That people don't, when they hear the term transhumanism, they don't. That's so scary. It creates some, as if there's a hatred concerning humanity, which it brings about the wrong type of resonances, in particular also in academia. And I think no, what we're dealing with here are some of the most fundamental challenges which we are concerned with, dealing with latest technologies, anthropological understandings. And it's just a paradigm shift which is currently occurring. And we need to take it seriously. So I do want to hope that like a revaluation of the term transhumanism is still possible, and I'm trying to do that in particular with respect to also, in particular in the field sort of related to Euro-transhumanism, continental transhumanist tradition, and bridging also. So in that way, the Anglo-American approach is analytic and like thinking related to Heidegger and Nietzsche, and because it's got an overall cultural outreach, and I hope. And I'm actually convinced, we're still at the beginning of that type of movement, of that type of approach, of that type of paradigm shift. Gene modification, CRISPR-Cas9 has only been around for like about 13 years. The impact of AI has widely shared impact of AI has only been realized after the release of ChatGPT. That was like 3 years ago. And with Neuralink, like brain-computer interfaces issues, they're only currently coming about with Neuralink and the latest experience. So it's only really all these fields we're merely getting started, and we start to realize the enormous impact all of these fields have and on our life world, on all the different practices. So, and we as philosophers, we as a stuntman or stunt people, concerning all the tricky issues, and and that brings about challenges for metaphysics, anthropology, ethics, all the different domains, and so we need to be concerned with that. And I'm happy that more and more departments, also here in the Department of Philosophy in Cluj, is taking these issues so seriously, because we urgently need to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel, I have a question, please.
Hello. May I ask a question? Do you hear me?
Did he write, or Jenny?
Manuel, can you write your question, because we can't hear you?
Hello, Manuel. Good to see you.
Hey, great talk. Distinctions are important. Do you guys hear me? I would have a question for you.
We can't hear you here somehow, even though the microphone is.
Now it should be unmuted. Do you hear me?
Yeah, yes, hello, Manuel. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see
you. Looking forward to meeting you personally with you again, too.
Yeah, I could not have come today because my wife has her birthday and she just came to Munich yesterday. Great talk, and distinctions are very important. Let me ask you a question. After the first question, you said this ideal of the Renaissance human being, of the fully developed human being, is dangerous. But I'm not so sure. I mean, of course, if we interpret this ideal in the terminology of what you called hyperhumanism, that there's only one ideal for everyone, and the ones who don't meet this ideal are somehow inferior. But can't we have a more pluralistic interpretation of this Renaissance ideal? Some people develop some potentials, some people develop other capabilities. So I think we can have a much more pluralistic ideal where we say, okay, I don't have so much musical talents, I don't have that much philosophical talents, I develop the things I'm good at.
So I see you sort of maybe go into the direction of maybe that's sort of a neo-Aristotelian maybe approach where but it still applies sort of a functional. They're like as if, because that's connected with the well-rounded personality. There's sort of the functionalist understanding. We humans have specific functions, and only if these functions get fulfilled, we are proper human beings. And I have basically, no one of us, the ideal, it's impossible to achieve. And so we all are basically, one could say, then we're all monsters. We all have dysfunctionalities. But it has stronger implications, and that goes back also to like notions of, what was even 50 years ago, what was seen as a disease, like homosexual orientation. The ideal where like you've got the eyes are there for seeing, in the Aristotelian tradition, the nose is there for smelling, and the genitals are there for reproduction. If you don't use the bodily function in the way how what they're made for, then you're not a fully rounded human. Then you're dysfunctional, you're ill, and that has got these heteronormative implications, and that applies to all other these functions as well. So, and that leads to a lot of discriminatory elements, and I see the same challenges they apply to other domains too. So instead of taking such a functional approach, I would rather, in order to avoid the discriminations, it is rather a way of thinking, we should all, as long as we ourselves, feel fine with ourselves and what we're doing, and we don't harm another person with it, that's a goal to be aspired for. And once you take a stronger approach, I haven't come across a plausible description including such a functional approach of what it means to be a human, which does not have discriminatory implications. So, but maybe you can present it, and then maybe I get convinced. So I'm open to the dialogue, but so far I think functional understandings, perfectionist understandings have very violent and discriminatory implications, and that's why I'm very hesitant.
But let me come back to this. I don't think we have to follow Aristotle, right? Who has this teleological view, and basically for him and the human function argument, it's either the life of contemplation or probably the political life that's debated, which allows us a good life. But can't we say different people have different potentialities, different people have sexual pleasures from different persons, from different practices? Wouldn't we say everyone should develop his or her own potentials to the maximum?
Yeah, but then you already implied that there is not one notion of perfection there.
Of course.
And that's what that's what I you want to, maybe you would want to rephrase that, like using the term of perfection, and one could say, well, each person has his or her own understanding, there's their own way of understanding perfection. You know,
let's say individualist perfectionism. Individualist perfectionism could be the term for this.
I'm actually fine. I think that's working. The challenge for me is that's not how many people. There's a challenge of a misunderstanding, because when people read and hear the notion of perfection, they have different associations. But I think that notion of perfection, you know, I think it does make sense. But it just feels that it has a risk of a misunderstanding, and sort of there is a widely shared tendency to identify the notion of perfection with an objectivist account and with a functional account. But I agree with you that that doesn't have to be the case. A reformulation with a radically pluralist notion of perfection is also possible if one wants to use the notion of perfection.
Yeah, I think different forms of transhumanism, different forms of perfectionism, and I would definitely defend a pluralist, individualistic form of perfectionism.
Yeah. Exactly, by following one's own drives and needs, sort of it's about overcoming one's own limitations. Striving for something which goes beyond that is one's sort of the needs which lie within one's drives, the perfections which lie within our drives, without having universally valid implications. And I think that does make sense to use that way of speaking. Just still the worry that many people would hear, no, it's still one ideal, which that's my worry concerning that notion. But that would be that's fully in tune with actually what I actually suggested in my reflection on perfection as well. I agree. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think the time is up, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, so thank you, Professor Schussler. Now we'll have a short 10 minutes coffee break and then we'll come back. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel.
So it is my personal pleasure to now introduce Dr. Elena Schussler, and she's doing an amazing job actually at hosting great events related to the post-human, to the great diversity of different post-human approaches. I mean, she's been part of the community of scholars of the post-human and now for many years, and she's really doing an excellent job. And like with respect to publications, with respect to conferences, and now also starting the various events which take place here in Cluj, of really rising the level of intellectual engagement with a great variety of different approaches. And really don't, also check out the various, great variety of books and publications on that topic, because he's really a rare example of doing amazing work in that field, because coming in from the Department of Philosophy, doing philosophy. So Elena Schussler is a university lecturer at Babeș-Bolyai University's Department of Philosophy, Faculty of History and Philosophy in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. She's a founder of the Posthuman Studies Research Group and the Transhumanism, Posthumanism, Metahumanism Student Circle of the university. She was both engaged in academic, organizations as well as promoting these reflections among students. She also leads and organizes the Posthuman Studies International Conference Series and the National Human Nature Culture Technology Conference Series. Furthermore, she's the director and founder of the Posthuman Studies Association in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Additionally, she's a series editor for the Posthuman Studies book series published by Triben Publishing. So if you've got a book which falls into that field of discourse, please feel free to submit and contact her whether it can be published in that wonderful book series. She's the lead editor of the essay collection Metahumanism, Euro-Transhumanism, Dogmas, Philosophy, Technology, Ethics, Art, published by Triben Publishing in 2024. She serves on the editorial board of Deliberatio, Studies in Contemporary Philosophical Challenges, which comes out with the West University of Timișoara. Formerly, she was a member of the editorial board of the Journal of Posthumanism from the Transnational Press in London, and of Etica Plus Journal, a periodical publication of the Centro de Estudios de Ética Aplicada at the Faculty of Philosophy and Humanities, Universitat de Chile. Her research explores trends, posthuman art, and aesthetics, eroticism, and sexuality, with several articles published in international peer-reviewed journals. She, also, in the Journal of Posthuman Studies, she published some excellent pieces, so please make sure to check them out. Today, she'll give a presentation entitled Euro-Transhumanism, Classic Transhumanism, and Dukkha. Should we choose between embracing suffering or let it go? I'm looking forward to your presentation. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Stefan, for this kind introduction. So, as you know, in its various forms as a cultural, intellectual, and philosophical movement, transhumanism relies on scientific and technological innovations in order to improve human life and well-being with a view to life prolongation and at the same time the expansion of health span. Transhumanism, especially what is called classic transhumanism, aims to speed up human evolution towards a future post-human condition, targeting a long-term scenario involving this goal. This suggests that human enhancement is integrated into the ongoing process of continuous transformation, adaptation, and the overcoming of existential limitations and biological boundaries. On the other hand, Euro-transhumanism relates to the current issues humanity is facing, seeking at as good as its get solution based on current scientific developments. In this paradigm, suffering in the form of dukkha is approached in different ways by the two transhumanist philosophy. In general terms, classic transhumanism follows a techno-optimistic long-termism agenda shaped by Nick Bostrom and David Pearce's abolitionist project and completed in my talk by Buddhist influences as seen in James Buddhist transhumanism. In service of this, classic transhumanism actively investigates the possibility of abolishing suffering through radical human enhancement, drawing on science and technology and the Western secular interpretation of Buddhist practices. Euro-transhumanism follows a non-utopian, non-Buddhist and continental approach to suffering and dukkha. integrating the Nietzschean concept of amor fati that understands suffering as a reality to be affirmed in the process of permanent becoming. Euro-transhumanism takes a critical position to both the abolitionist project and to traditional Buddhism. Suffering, as we know, is one of the fundamental aspects and existential challenges of human life. We have all experienced at least one of many phases of suffering several times in life, whether through physical pain or psychological distress. However, over time, philosophers, theologians, scientists, and ordinary people have tried not only to determine what suffering is, but also to find a way to elevate it and uncover its causes and meaning in human existence. This has led to different perspectives and interpretation with regard to suffering. In general terms, suffering is seen as something undesirable, and humanity has consistently tried to overcome or avoid it. In Western philosophy, suffering is approached in metaphysical and ethical terms. In ancient Greek culture, suffering was tied to fate. Plato views suffering through an ontological dualistic lens, associating it with the immaterial soul, with the material body being tied to pain, considered the destruction of balance and harmony in a living being. Thus, suffering arises from the soul is attached to the sensible world, bodily craving, and uncontrolled emotions, and not to the realm of forms, reason, and truth. Aristotle connected suffering to both body and soul, stressing the idea that suffering cannot be completely eliminated. In his opinion, both physical pain and negative emotion can hinder eudaimonia. But a virtuous and ethical life can help us better understand, approach, and handle suffering and achieve human flourishing. For Stoics, suffering has an unavoidable aspect of human existence. However, they believe that humans can reduce or transform suffering by the cultivation of rationality, awareness, virtue, and self-discipline. In modern and existential philosophy, life is interpreted as suffering. Schopenhauer's pessimism sees suffering as the essence of existence rooted in the forces of the will that represents the metaphysical ground of our agony and make life meaningless. Life is suffering because the essence of life is the will, which must be negated on the basis of ascetic and aesthetic contemplation to cease suffering. This position closely aligns Schopenhauer's perspective with that of Buddhist principles, which sees the entire human existence as dukkha that must be eliminated. Nietzsche adopts a different perspective. He does not negate or reject suffering. Instead, he sees suffering as necessary and desirable. In this paradigm, Nietzsche argues that for the transvaluation of suffering, grounded in his philosophy of the will to power and the more fati. Since life inherently involves suffering, Nietzsche advocates for the embrace of suffering in order to create new values and meanings, to overcome pessimism, and to affirm life in the process of permanent becoming. But when it comes to dukkha, which is understood as suffering in general terms, all Buddhist traditions and philosophy rely on the following fundamental teachings, which in Pali are the four notable truths, which are dukkha, which means there is suffering, samudaya, the cause of, or origin of suffering, nirodha, the cessation of suffering, magga, the path to the end of suffering, which means the Eightfold Paths. And also the three masks of existence, such as anicca, which is impermanence, anatta, not selfness, and dukkha, understood as suffering. And we also have the Eightfold Paths, which are right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right meditation. This teaching shows us how through the Four Notable Truths we can reach to understand the causes of dukkha and the path that may free human from suffering. This resolution is given by the Eightfold Path that reveals 8 right principles that represent a guide for proper living, thinking, and being to overcome suffering and reach nirvana. The three marks of existence emphasize the impermanence of life and existence alongside the need to eliminate the personality and the self to escape dukkha. But how can one understand suffering in terms of dukkha? First of all, is an umbrella concept that embodies the many facets of suffering. From the most obvious one, which in Buddhism is called the suffering of suffering, to the paradoxical one, which is the suffering of change that ultimately leads to the existential dimension of suffering for the unenlightened in Buddhist terms, which is the suffering of conditioning. Thus, the suffering of suffering is linked to the suffering of birth, sickness, aging, and death. The suffering of change reveals the paradox of happiness as suffering because of change and impermanence. Everything that may bring happiness in an A moment will turn on frustration, sorrow, and pain in an B moment as a result of the transient nature of all phenomena. The suffering of conditioning is linked to ignorance that ultimately leads to an existential crisis. For Buddhists, as long as humans remain in an unenlightened state of not knowing, suffering will continue to be an unavoidable part of their present and future lives due to negative karma that fuels samsara. Thus, by bringing together the Western and Eastern perspectives on suffering and dukkha, we may identify in general terms the fact that as much as these perspectives find some similarities in their philosophy, they differ in method. Both perspectives acknowledge the fact that there is suffering in the world. The suffering is an existential condition, and that this is a consequence of the process of permanent becoming and changing. However, their methods of approaching suffering differ in many aspects. If in Buddhism, dukkha is a given, a challenge that must be met with a spiritual response, which involves a path-oriented journey to let it go. In Western philosophy, suffering is generally approached with the aim of metaphysical tools, with reason, ethical virtues, and living to find an explanation or a cure to suffering. As I already emphasized, transhumanism seeks to improve, enhance, and overcome the human condition through science and technology. This goal has as its objective the alleviation of suffering, or as we find in David Pearce's classic transhumanist agenda, abolishing suffering through the use of advanced technologies. Traditional Buddhism, by contrast, holds that suffering as dukkha can be overcome through proper spiritual practices, being an existential condition. However, achieving nirvana and the end of dukkha also signifies the cessation of the entire circle of karma and rebirth. At first glance, it may seem that both classic transhumanism and Buddhism share some common goals: to find the cause of suffering, reduce or eliminate suffering, and increase happiness. However, their approaches differ. Classic transhumanism relies on reason, science, and technology, whereas traditional Buddhism and its religious practitioners emphasize spiritual discipline, meditation, and asceticism. In addition, while classic transhumanism privileges the self, Buddhist teachings try to eliminate the self. Buddhist transhumanism can be viewed as a middle path between these two approaches, closer to what we call Buddhist modernism. It builds its position on the idea that since the 19th century, many Buddhists, including the 14th Dalai Lama, have embraced the compatibility of science, technology, and Buddhist philosophy. This openness has fostered dialogues in institutions such as the Stanford University School of Medicine and the Mind and Life Institute between the 14th Dalai Lama and many scholars. However, Buddhist transhumanism is rather a Western secular, technologically mediated approach to traditional Buddhist practices. It combines such practices as meditation with science and technological tools in order to reduce suffering and enhance well-being. For Buddhist transhumanists such as James Hugh, this includes technologies such as brain implants, genetic engineering, mood-altering drugs, and emerging neurotechnologies. In terms of happiness and increasing morality and virtues, he advocates mixing Buddhist meditation practices with neurotechnologies to enhance self-control, compassion, and empathy. According to Hughes, these neurotechnologies can also be embraced by Buddhists who see them as complementary tools that support individuals in terms of Buddha's teaching. Neurotechnologies may be seen as temporary spiritual training wheels, helping to create a solid foundation of moral behavior, concentration, and mental clarity. End quote. On the other hand, this abolitionist project does not rely on Buddhist practices, but on negative utilitarianism principles, being, in his opinion, also an ethical project. However, both share a common goal, which is the abolition of suffering. While Buddhism attributes suffering to craving and desire, Peirce, together with Hughes, argue that emerging technologies could allow us to eliminate suffering without having to give up our desires. Furthermore, Peirce supports the idea of a moral obligation to eliminate the biological causes of suffering. His position, grounded in biological reductionism that seeks to engineer the well-being of humans, is in opposition to Buddhism, which focuses on addressing the spiritual and existential causes of dukkha. Thus, even if Buddhists choose to embrace these emerging technologies for human enhancement, for them such technologies alone are insufficient when it comes to fully addressing or eliminating dukkha. This perspective differs from that of David Peirce, who envisions a future where technologies such as spearheading, designer drugs, and genetic engineering could be used to recalibrate the hedonic treadmill, enhance intelligence, increase empathy and spiritual well-being, and eliminate undesirable genetic traits that contribute to aging and various physical and psychological distresses, which in Buddhist terms may be identified with the suffering of suffering. Transhumanism, on the other hand, embraces dukkha, and dukkha understood as suffering or unsatisfactoriness, as an existential condition. However, it diverges from traditional Buddhist teaching, drawing instead on continental philosophy, on Nietzsche's legacy, and Batimov's thought, in order to emphasize how to embrace dukkha in the pursuit of a meaningful life, and how to let it go of unnecessary sufferings through technological, artistic, and philosophical means. Such a perspective, in Batimov's terms, represents a way to distance oneself from metaphysical certainty and to embrace multiple perspectives of interpretation and openness. It implies accepting the limitations of our understanding and not striving for the absolute truth or for a permanent escape from suffering, as Buddhist teaching suggests. Within this framework, Transhumanism twists dukkha not by seeking its elimination, as both classic transhumanism and Buddhism propose, but by embracing suffering as a transformative force. As Sonos assessed, the concept of twist does not mean overcoming the past. Overcoming represents a process that leaves behind and separates itself categorically from the past, whereas a twist develops the past further in an inclusive manner, by spinning several strands of thought into a thread, end quote. In terms of dukkha, the twist means reinterpreting it by acknowledging both the permanence of suffering and its essential role in the process of permanent becoming. This transforms dukkha into a source of strength, creation, self-welcoming, life affirmation, and pleasure, a perspective that embodies Nietzsche's will to power philosophy and Amor Fati, where the latter implies saying yes even to suffering. In this paradigm, will to power should not be understood as a biological or physical drive, but rather as a creative and transformative force, part of the process of permanent becoming. It is the guiding force in the transvaluation of suffering that implies overcoming resistance and pessimism and open active engagements with suffering as a transformative force. However, this does not mean that the suffering of birth, sickness, aging, and death do not remain a challenge in transhumanism. In fact, from the moment that suffering is given, as a Buddhist principle of suffering tells us, what transhumanism supposes is finding, as good as it gets, solutions to these different kinds of suffering by turning the current emerging technologies to address these various issues, while still acknowledging dukkha as something that shapes human evolution. This is a critical position to both classic transhumanism, which seeks to abolish all forms of biological suffering, and Buddhism, which strives to eliminate dukkha. For instance, emerging technologies such as gene editing, neurotechnologies, or cyborg technologies are viewed within the Euro-transhumanist framework in a pragmatic, non-utopian, non-paternalistic, non-deterministic, and non-Buddhist manner. Rather than being seen as magical solutions, promising the ideal Vitruvian human, immortality, or a paradise-engineered world as proposed by classic transhumanist long-termist visions in their striving for ultimately control of human perfectibility. They are considered practical tools in Euro-transhumanism paradigm. Practical tools aimed at providing current human well-being by reducing suffering where possible. Suffering from various diseases that hinder one's flourishing is an unnecessary suffering. If there are means to alleviate such suffering, then it is both compassionate and ethical to pursue them. In Euro-transhumanist terms, this requires cherishing both morphological and negative freedom to ensure that individuals are free to choose how to approach and transform their suffering, while also considering the ethical implications of suffering through technologies that may serve to cure or mitigate various forms of suffering. It is about finding a balance between both the potential for human enhancement and the ethical dimensions of technological interventions by avoiding slipping towards a utopian scenario or paternalistic and authoritarian norms. Furthermore, in Euro-transhumanist terms, which suppose a non-dualistic understanding of humans, we as psychophysiological organisms, which means we are permanently changing in all respect and all moments. An aspect that emphasizes the idea of suffering, of change. While both perspectives recognize impermanence in the process of permanent becoming, Euro-transhumanism does not deny either the self or the will as Buddhism does. In this paradigm, impermanence becomes a site of open possibilities for human existential meaning. This makes the suffering of change a condition that may be approached through creative, artistic, and affirmative means, and not something that must be overcome by detaching oneself from all desires, longing, and drives as in Buddhist teaching. It also represents a critical position regarding the classic transhumanist radical life extension dream that seeks to preserve human existence and consciousness in a digital afterlife to mind-clothing technologies or cryogenic procedures. Pure Super Happiness Project envisions a future of drug-assisted Eden bubble and molecular hedonic engineering procedures in order to eradicate suffering. In a Euro-transhumanist critical paradigm, getting rid of all forms of suffering for the sake of a paradise-engineered world, or preserving existence in a silicon-based afterlife, risks removing many of life's affirming potentials, existential meanings, and authenticity. Here, the suffering of conditioning is twisted in Euro-transhumanist terms into a fluid and dynamic form of mod fati. By recognizing this type of suffering and using it to create new meaningful ways of living. This perspective embraces dukkha as part of our conditioned nature, emphasizing the traces of both tribes in this dance, embracing and let it go. Thus, both our drives and conditionings are approached in the twisted way, something that can be both embraced as part of the process of permanent becoming through artistic and philosophical engagement, or to let go, not by rejecting or eliminating it, but by learning to navigate through it in a creative way, through technological means, an aspect that short-circuits ignorance, part of our conditioning in Buddhist terms. Now, in conclusion, Euro-transhumanism offers an open perspective of suffering as dukkha in a non-static way, as a living, life-affirming dance between embracing suffering and letting it go, through both technological, philosophical, or artistic means. In this paradigm, Euro-transhumanism acknowledges dukkha as both an inevitable and meaningful existential condition, while emphasizing the importance of philosophical reflection, artistic engagements, and scientific and technological discoveries to alleviate those forms of suffering that an individual perspective as hindering the affirmation of life. It represents an idiosyncratic and perspectival approach to coexisting and co-evolving with dukkha, framed in non-Buddhist, non-paternalistic, and non-authoritarian terms, aimed at preserving plurality and each person's morphological and negative freedom, while offering the tools to reaffirm dukkha as a driving force that shapes the process of permanent becoming. It adopts a critical position towards both classic transhumanism and Buddhism, both of which seeks to eliminate suffering and dukkha. So, many thanks for your attention. I think so.
Many thanks for that wonderful presentation on the absolutely central topic. Now, how to deal with suffering is basically one of the central challenges of, in the field of ethics we need to face with, in the field of religions. Do we look for something in an afterlife? How do we deal with suffering in this world? Can there be a justification to suffering? So how would you, we've got some minutes for questions.
One question, I think so.
So if there is, for example, take the advantage now. How would you respond to like a transhumanist who basically who presents to you the idea, no, we can have some technologically induced bliss, and we can have the bliss, but we don't have to have the suffering at all. There can be bliss and fulfillment and happiness, but without any suffering at all. What would be your response to such a claim?
So this is a position that David Pierce several times emphasizes. So in my perspective, this is an authoritarian approach on how we should live our lives, because to have an entire existence without suffering, only fueled with bliss, different kind of bliss and pleasure and fulfillment and good mood way of living. This is something that in this paradigm is imposed from an external authoritarian power, which decide how we must be genetically engineered in order to remove some genes that make our life miserable, because there are so many types of suffering, especially if we emphasize many times depression or psychological distress that make many people to commit suicide. In my approach, I think so that such scenario is authoritarian, and my argument is that we need suffering if we want to find that meaning in life that brings us to a level that determines us to overcome some limits, and we may choose different ways to do this, through art, philosophy, or science. We have many options to get this. So I don't think so. We need to completely eradicate all types of suffering, and only to increase happiness.
I would also be just curious, can it all be conceptualized to have the pleasure without the suffering? But we've got yet one more question.
Yes.
Before.
Thank you very much. Professor Schussler, thank you very much for your presentation. That was great and very interesting. And I have a comment following up Professor Sonia's question, and also a question, if you indulge me for that. So my comment is regarding David Pierce's abolitionist project. I have never considered his philosophy, but he has an argument that I find very powerful. And the argument follows kind of like the idea. So Sonia said, okay, imagine that someone tells you that we could, but let's do another philosophical experiment. Let's imagine that tomorrow it appears. Tomorrow, a scientist finds something simple than genetic modification, a drug that take us to a state of bliss, not the sum of Aldous Huxley. No? Let's say we find that. So Peirce's argument, which is not mine, but I find it very compelling, is that how can we allow suffering when we can avoid it? He will say that allowing suffering when you have the means to avoid it is morally wrong. And I think the idea of Euro-transhumanism dynamic position to do embracing suffering, I think that kind of argument seems to me like a challenge, not because it's an ethical challenge, no? Because, okay, so yes, we can have this dynamic position, we can take Nietzsche's approach of accepting life as it is, more fat, not even suffering, but actually, suddenly we have the means to avoid it. No? So I think that's challenging, and then that's actually not my question. Sorry, my question is there is a good book it's called Enhancing Human Traits, written in 1987 by many researchers, and one of them, Eric Jones, has an argument called the ethic of self-perfection, and basically he says that ethically to enhancement we can find a few positions. One of them can be like if you use enhancement to achieve a goal, that can devaluate the process, devaluate the success, and also devaluate the kind of like the temporal achievement, like in the sense of like so finding ways to avoid suffering through enhancing technologies can devaluate the discipline and effort that the Buddhist take has on achieving suffering. So my question is, would you agree with that? Do you think that it could evaluate the discipline path to avoid suffering in Buddhism? Thank you.
That's a very complex question, a very good question. Thank you for the question and comment. So regarding your comment, I'm not saying that your transhumanism is only accepting suffering. That's why I talked about this stance on both accepting and let it go. So it means neither take the position of Buddhist or classic transhumanists of completely eliminating suffering either through technological means or through asceticism and other spiritual practices as Buddhism does. So it's not supporting completely, neither to completely eliminating suffering, that either completely accepting it. That's why I was talking about the fact that there are unnecessary kind of suffering, such as cancer or other very bad disease that brings violent death. So these are unnecessary suffering, and for this kind of suffering, we may use those kind of emerging technology to find different ways to reduce and to make the life of that person better, if that person wants to choose this. That's why I was talking about morphological freedom, negative freedom. So each person to have the option to choose. Yes, I want to suffer. I don't want to access any medicine or any drug or technological advancements, or yes, I want this. So that's why I was talking about a balance, not about radical positions. And regarding your second question, if you can
I can repeat it. Yes. So Eric Jones has this theory about simply that using technology to achieve some goals, it can be argued to devaluate the process of achieving the goal. So he argues that, for example, if students take neuroenhancing drugs for an exam, it's devaluating the discipline and effort the other students do on achieving the highest mark on the exam. So my question was, if you consider that using enhancing technologies to overcome temporary suffering could evaluate the processing itself or not?
Maybe in some way. So we, in the end, it's about an ethical position here. So we can use those technologies to find, to achieve some goals, no? But it depends what those goals are. So even in terms of suffering. So
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
So many thanks for that really extremely good presentation on a highly relevant topic. So we really need to, like, suffering is definitely a challenge which we'll need to confront much further. So thanks again for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much. And now I will introduce our next speaker, Manuel. Manuel Noel is a professor of political theory and philosophy at the University of Munich, member of Instituto Lucio Aneo Seneca of Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, associate editor of Polis, the Journal for Greek and Roman Political Thought, and president of the Collegium Politicum. He has lectured and published widely on topics pertaining to ancient, modern, and contemporary political philosophy and ethics, in particular ancient and contemporary theories of justice, deep disagreement on justice, values, and morals, Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Nietzsche, Rawls, and Wordsworth, social philosophy, and critical theory. He's author of 3 books and approximately 100 articles and chapters, co-editor of 6 volumes, co-editor of book series Collegium Politicum, member of the scientific board of book series Cultura e Formazione, Koinos Logos, and the journals Archaeologos, Deliberatio, Studies in Contemporary Philosophical Challenges, Etica e Politica, Scienze Arte, and Sophia Philosophical Reviews. In 2016, he has awarded Premio Lucio Coletti in the area of philosophy, Rome, Capitoline Hill. Today's talk, the title of Manuel's today's talk is The Idea of Hedonistic Transhumanism. Manuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Aura, for this kind introduction. Unfortunately, we have to start with the problem because I tried to share my slides. I clicked on present, but it says as a guest user, you can upload up to 2 slide decks. Please log in or sign up for free to upload more. Maybe I can send it my slides to you via email, or can you make me that I can present my slides?
So you cannot upload it.
Exactly. I tried 2 times. I try a 3rd time. I go in slides in PDF. I go on your computer. I go on the PowerPoint talk. I click there. By the way, we also have an echo in the... Yeah, and I guess you don't see anything, right?
No.
Because I did everything as you taught me, but it says as a guest user, you can upload up to 2 slides text. Please log in or sign up. I guess I'm not logged in nor signed up. I cannot do much. I don't know what's the problem.
No, can we go without the presentation? Because I don't think so we have time to send me on email, and I am sorry for this inconvenience, Manuel.
Okay.
Even apologize.
Okay. Technology. All right. My title is The Idea of Hedonistic Transhumanism. And basically the idea is to show that hedonism and transhumanism are allies. that's kind of maybe a fourth form of transhumanism. It's an idea which is right at its beginning. So let me maybe immediately join my talk to your talk, Aura, the position of suffering. Hedonism clearly is a philosophy that goes back to Archetypos of Kyrene, to Epicurus, and they clearly negate suffering. So for hedonism, pleasure and joy are the good, suffering and pain are the bad. So, I think the difference with Euro transhumanism that embraces suffering, like that goes of course back to Nietzsche. I'm very favorably disposed to Nietzsche's philosophy, but I also think we need some suffering in life in order to enjoy a pleasure. So that would be my hedonistic position on this. But I think we need the experience of pain, we need the experience of suffering, but I think it's enough to have this for a few days, for a few weeks. So I think we should limit suffering and pain in our lives to the absolute minimum. I don't think original transhumanism and classical transhumanism claims that we can probably eliminate suffering totally. So my form of hedonism claims we should minimize it to the absolute minimum, and I think an absolute minimum is necessary in order to enjoy a pleasure and joy. Yes, I'm a bit surprised that I cannot use my slides, but transhumanism, how I understand it, I'm not so much on the silicone-based form of transhumanism that makes it very difficult for sensual pleasures to be enjoyed. So I'm more traditional here in my views. And I like the definition of Julian Huxley, who says that the transhumanist project works towards the fullest realization of man's possibilities. And as I was before with Stefan, maybe we could introduce here some form of individualistic and pluralistic perfectionism that could make sense here and maybe in line with Huxley's idea. So yes, I in my presentation I would like to introduce the idea of a new form of transhumanism that embraces Huxley's goal and develops it in a hedonistic direction. Hedonism, to give you a definition, we don't have that much time, so I will also try to keep the talk short. Hedonism claims that pleasure is the good and that pain and suffering are bad. As a theory of the good life, hedonism claims that a person's life is better if it contains a more favorable balance of pleasure over pain. That is the definition by Fred Feldman, who did very good work on hedonism. So I have some theses I will not really substantiate and explain. I will just quickly introduce them. One thesis would be pleasure is a superior good because it is an end in itself. Pleasure is not a means for anything else. Of course, you could say it's a means for good life, but actually a life filled with pleasure and a more favorable balance of pleasure over pain is a good life in itself. There is a final goal that is not used for the means to other ends. The second thesis would be hedonism not only claims that it is good to pursue pleasure and to avoid pain, but also that this is natural, that is natural to do this. Hedonism is based on the physiological, biological, and psychological basic constitution of the human being. That would be a claim. As I said, we don't have the time to really go into it and try to substantiate it here today. Probably that will happen in the paper. Pleasure and displeasure, that's the third thesis. Pleasure and displeasure are natural sources of orientation for a good life. Today I'm trying to connect my hedonistic work with transhumanism. In October, I was invited by Professor Stegmaier and the foundation of philosophical orientation. So I think we combine hedonism also with Stegmaier's philosophy of orientation. And my thesis there was pleasure and displeasure are natural sources of orientation. We see pleasure, it helps us find the way if we follow pleasure and if we try to shy away from pain. However, I'd say the striving for pleasure and the avoidance of pain are only valuable sources of orientation if they're guided or oriented by reason. Thesis 4, and I will focus on 2 more theses, that's just thesis 4 and 5, because that is about the connection between transhumanism and hedonism. I would say hedonistic humanism is an ally, probably, of all forms of transhumanism, original, classic, and Euro transhumanism. Of course, an ally doesn't mean that it's perfectly in line, as I think at the beginning I could already illustrate with the relation of a hedonistic transhumanism to suffering. And the 5th thesis is, I think I presented some of this much more into detail last year at the national conference you organized in Cluj. The 5th thesis would be hedonistic transhumanism claims that the value of work is overrated in modern society. This form of transhumanism aims at both reducing the amount of work done by humans, here technology and science come in, and reducing the work done by humans as much as possible, and at increasing the amount of leisure and pleasure. Reducing work means more leisure, which means, again, more pleasure. Yes, so the goal of the version of transhumanism I'm defending, as I said, it's a project I'm rather at the beginning, but that form of transhumanism argues for now that the fullest realization of the human being's possibilities requires a considerable amount of leisure and pleasure. That's why Marcuse is Herbert Marcuse, with his book, for example, Eros and Civilization, is very important here, because he also envisions that now we have the technological and scientific possibilities and capabilities to reduce the workday to just a few hours or a few days. So I think that would be very important. Okay, I will skip all slides and ideas on hedonism. I guess you got a general outline. You know, there are different forms of hedonism. Again, he said Epicurus' form of hedonism, he called it a negative hedonism. That's much more about avoiding suffering and pain than seeking actively pleasure and trying to enhance and maximize pleasure. So Epicurus at some point is rather avoiding a party because next day he will feel bad. That's not the hedonism I'm embracing. There is like another form, like the actual founder of hedonism is Aristippus of Cyrene, and this form is called sensualism, sensory hedonism. For him, the bodily pleasures like eating, drinking, good wine, sex is the goal. So I'm very favorably disposed towards this form of hedonism, but I think it's not enough. I think we cannot reduce pleasure to sensual enjoyments. And you know, there are lots of problems in hedonism, like that's things I will work on in the future. It's called like the heterogeneity. Possible sensual enjoyments differ and do not feel alike. There's the paradox of masochist, who enjoys physical pain and as a pleasure. I think it's much better to understand hedonism as satisfactionism or attitudinal hedonism. So, for masochists can enjoy the physical pain as a pleasure in the form of satisfaction. Okay, I'm moving right to my thesis number 4. Hedonistic transhumanism is an ally, more or less, on all forms of transhumanism. So why is there significant connection between transhumanism and hedonism? A focal point, as we already heard today, of transhumanism is the potentiality of scientific development, new technologies for improving and enhancing human well-being. Crucial point, I think, is that advanced technologies can also contribute significantly to the hedonistic goal of maximizing pleasure and reducing pain and suffering. Let me illustrate and substantiate the claim that hedonism and transhumanism are allies with 3 examples. 1, technological advances, for example, medical treatment or the development of antidepressants, and that there was a lot of improvement in the past decades, often greatly reduced pain and suffering. Viagra and similar products, we dreaming of the Superman on Viagra. Viagra and similar products usually considerably increase sexual pleasure for individuals and couples. And the other day I was talking to a young friend of mine from New York. He's in his 30s and he's taking these products. And I said, so is that really necessary? And he said, well, he discussed this with his doctor. And he said, look, even the top athletes, they do some doping, so why not? And the third point, technological advances that extend lifespan often extend health and pleasure span as well. Okay, to come, as time is running fast, I come to my last thesis. Hedonistic transhumanism claims that the value of work is overrated in modern societies. It aims both at reducing the amount of work done by humans as much as possible and at increasing the amount of leisure and pleasure. Hannah Arendt appropriately diagnosed modern theoretical glorification of labor and the factual transformation of the whole of society to a laboring society. So I cannot go in the whole history, but clearly in the Middle Ages and in the ancient world, labor was evaluated as a very low thing. According to Aristotle, people who need to work for a living cannot achieve a good and happy life. And with Nietzsche, I think we should go back to such a critical evaluation of work, which lasted also through the Middle Ages. Then with Petrarch and the Protestant ethics, there comes a new, a much more positive evaluation of work. You know, Petrarch says the human being is the homo faber, the maker and fabricator of technical tools to master nature. Max Weber's wonderful study, The Protestant Ethics and the Spirit of Capitalism, also shows how religion leads to a much more positive evaluation of work. A next step is the victory or the rise of the bourgeoisie, which appreciated work as an accomplishment which provides life with significant content. Carl Lewis, in his book From Hegel to Nietzsche, he says work became a source of all earthly proficiency, virtue, and happiness. That moves on with Karl Marx. Karl Marx says labor as a free and conscious activity is even man's species character. And the more critical views start with Nietzsche and Freud. Nietzsche mocks the term, the dignity of work. Sigmund Freud, in his book Civilization and Its Discontents from 19 30 criticizes that Western civilization requires too much labor and drive renunciation, and thus frustrates human aspirations to happiness. You know, Freud, he thinks we can never change this, we can overcome this problem, while clearly Marcuse says, no, we already have the scientific and technological and economic capacity and creativity to have a much more, work much less and have a possible a free and non-repressive civilization. And now, you know, we're 70 years after Marcuse's errors in civilization. I think it's an obvious fact that the scientific, technological, and economic progress has at least potentially seriously reduced the amount of work required by humans to live a comfortable life. In a non-repressive civilization, the working day could be greatly shortened and the available leisure time greatly increased. In a non-repressive civilization, the sex instincts do not have to be repressed, and libido does not need to be sacrificed to work, and the performance or the reality principle. I'm almost at the end. Let's say a few more. You know, first of all, I think, of course, we have to distinguish between alienated labor, hard, dirty, grueling, and unpleasant that should be limited, but there are obviously also work that gives great pleasure, work that can be leisurely and playfully performed, such as literature, philosophy. And you know, what's important is the high value pleasure. Michael Walzer has some interesting things to say about pleasure. A retaliation of work should be based on a hedonistic perspective that emphasizes the high value of pleasure. Leading transhumanists such as Bostrom and Stefan Zorner focus on improving and enhancing human beings through science and technology. With my thesis number 4, that claims that hedonism and transhumanism are allies, I agree with them. However, as a complement of the views of Bostrom and Stefan Zorner, hedonistic transhumanism argues that the fullest realization of the human being's possibilities requires also free time or leisure. It allows human beings to experience a substantial amount of pleasure and to explore new sources of pleasure. So basically, I think I should stop here. Of course, there are lots of problems which need to be discussed about, like we have to discuss the prevailing economic and political system, the role of a probably unconditional basic income, and of course, the deep disagreements between Marxists, liberalists, and libertarians on social justice. But I think for the moment that should suffice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marcel, for your talk. So, if there are questions, probably.
Yeah, thanks, Manuel. And also, I just want to touch on the notion which you highlighted with respect to leisure. Sort of, highlighting the relevant. Oh, yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now? So
I hear you better now. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. That you highlighted the notion of leisure, and that's something which I think is extremely important. Sort of, and it's not the focus on work, which was the case in the Enlightenment, and like stressing the relevance of leisure. I'm wondering what sort of status that sort of statement of yours. Is that something, would you want to say leisure is actually something which could apply to the life of all persons? Is that really sort of some kind of normative judgment? Or do you think leisure is really something, you need specific prerequisites and capacities, and sort of maybe leisure is actually only something which only a certain group of people are capable of because of certain capacities they have? Or you want to go further as a normative? No, it's actually something all persons
need leisure in order to live a good life? And I would be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you for this question. Of course, that's an important and good one. Of course, Nietzsche, a philosopher who we both appreciate a lot, he clearly has something, as Georg Brandes said, the aristocratic radicalism, right? So for him, he just, at least from my reading, he really says we only care about these kind of higher humans, the outstanding individuals. He's definitely not a big fan of socialism, of egalitarianism. Actually, he's opposed to it. So I don't share this position. I would definitely have a much more moderate and egalitarian view of Nietzsche. Not of Nietzsche, of the question of who should have the leisure or leisure. I think we should definitely include many more people, and I think technology makes this possible to have more leisure, more pleasure for more people. But of course, I still don't believe that people are all equal and have equal value. I share this with patients and with Nietzsche. So I think people who have no potential, they can do more work, and people who have the potential to develop whatever in the direction of art and science and philosophy, etc. I think they deserve more leisure, but I'm clearly more inclusive in my views than Nietzsche. I hope that makes sense.
Thanks a lot.
My name is Solicitor and I'm not a philosopher, but more from the economics and complex systems. So these questions from John and the hedonism manual brings together all this idea how about leisure. Yeah, we are playing for days working week long ago, but expansionary capitalism is something different, and we're working more and more. And besides, we are talking who will be at leisure and all this, and will be happy in that. The question is how much money are needed to be happy. And all these people that are on the road of earning more and more and more ask Elon Musk about leisure, when, how, and all this technological. So the funny answer is this, how many dollars are needed, one more, right? So the complexity and the crisis in the economic system presumes a lot of difficulties on the way of finding leisure time and even the basic income and many other areas I hope covered in my presentation. And thank you for touching on the economics. The question, hedonism, actually it was not a question. If you have an answer to that about leisure and economics and who will be in few words, I'll be glad to hear.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, of course, that is such an important topic. I guess in a few words, that's hardly possible. I would need another 30-minute slot for this. But let me say a few things anyway, very shortly. First of all, I think this idea of reevaluating work. Let's look in the United States. Work, and that's the Protestant heritage. I guess work has such a high value there, and I think you need to be very critical about this. And also compared with this, the consumerism, capitalism. So of course, the whole discourse is changing our values. Do we need 2 cars? Do we need a Tesla? Aren't we just happy with like a public transportation or a small car if we include the environmental crisis we're facing? So I think we should start with changing our values about work, changing about our values about evaluation of leisure, and yeah, I mean, for example, the basic unconditional income is a good step in the right direction to reduce the workday, to reduce also kind of, if we think of different forms of pleasure, the hedonistic form of the good life doesn't include all these products capitalist companies want to sell to us. So I think these are some of my views in this direction, but of course there's so much more to say.
Thank you, Manuel, for your answer. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for the questions. Unfortunately, I need to move to our next speaker. So thank you again. And now I will introduce. So now I will introduce Philip Wolf. He's an adjunct professor of English and American literature at the University of Gießen in Germany. He has published widely on early modern literature, modernist and postmodernist literature, as well as on aesthetics, ethics, memory, politics, or neuroscience. His recent book, Death, Time, and Morality, in the later novels of Don Neal, was published in 2022. Currently, he's working on post-human perception and a monograph on Don DeLillo and mimesis. The title of Philip's presentation is Euro-Transhumanism Ethics. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laura. It's the tone okay? Can you hear me? So, if you can hear me, I will begin. I have 4 parts. The first is on Europe and transhumanism, legal objections. The second is on the current idea, the current concept of transhumanism. And the third is on my own idea of Euro-transhumanism. Okay, in Europe, transhumanism deals with considerable resistance, if not.
Philip, you had some internet trouble, so we can hear you very, very badly.
I can't understand you at the moment.
We can't hear you. We cannot hear you. Your internet connection, I don't think so.
Cannot hear me.
No, very, very badly.
Yeah. Well,
now it seems it's better. If you try to proceed with
it's better now. Does it work now?
Yes, thank you.
It works. So yes. I have no camera now, but the tone is important. So I will begin again. In Europe, transhumanism meets with considerable resistance, if not sometimes ironic refusal. Transhumanism applies, after all, as Stefan Sorkner puts it, a fundamental paradigm change, which involves not only philosophy or medical ethics, but also our deep-rooted anthropological assumptions as to what it means to be a human being. To start with, a major challenge and indeed obstacle for Euro-transhumanism consists in the legal dismissal of precisely those technologies transhumanism sees as indispensable to genetic engineering for the purpose of enhancing the German embryo protection law will confine a person to at least 5 years in prison for the mere attempt at artificially changing the genetic information of a German cell. The regulations for CRISPR-Cas are extremely tight. Even embryo screening or pre-implantation diagnostics is only permitted if the genetic disposition of the parents gives reason to expect the prospective child to suffer from an incisive disease. Data mining, crucial for the advancement of longevity, founders in Germany on laws for the protection of personality rights and meet with resistance in civil society. As to the establishing of AGI, with ChatGPT 4 in the vanguard, Europe will implement this year the first detailed AI Act, which will hedge the operational scope of AI. Yet, if even the technological and political uncertainties sort themselves out, consumers will still have to come to grips with a historical mentality which is rooted in humanist anthropology and a general moral mindset which appears to be rather cryptic, if not outright hostile to the transhumanist agenda. Indeed, in Germany or French philosophical departments, transhumanism is virtually non-existent. My second part now focuses on current transhumanist ideology. Transhumanism is for sure a diverse movement, as Faulkner has already lined out this morning, and it's still very much of an open terrain, especially since scientific research is bound to develop a dynamics of its own. The common denominator may be only what Natasha Vita-Moore calls techno-progressive politics. However, the very techno-progressive anthropology, which is with its insistence on meliorism, self-optimization and enhancement, its emphasis, quote, much more, and taking personal charge, emphasis on progress and taking personal charge, also points rather to a neoliberal solipsistic autonomy and to a society in which collectives are very prioritized over autonomous individuality. Transhumanism, Max More claims, typically adopts point not but on the qualities of each being. Surely, the stress of perpetual progress of freedom not permit specific predictions about specific means. Logical that transhumanists, mainly consequentialists or utilitarianists, relating to personal choice, or as David does, to hedonistic imperative. What will not do in Europe, version of transhumanism is associated with a libertarian Silicon Valley elitism and their negation of the state, of taxes, and social welfare systems. Musk's disapproval of empathy, I quote, "The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy," circulated widely in the net and press. Zoltan Istman's Transhumanist Party of the USA propagates a quote, teleological, egocentric functionalism. Unfortunately, there are imminent socio-political reasons which steer transhumanism in general into this libertarian direction. The first refers to enhancement in the public health system. Enhancement is not gratuitous. No public health system will pay for expensive longevity treatments or self-optimizing methods. They are unnecessary for maintaining the socio-economic framework of a capitalist society based on excessive consumption and novelty. For the time being, longevity is only for the favored few material profiteers, as the millionaire investor Brian Johnson. The other reason is also imminent to the transhumanist movement. I quote Istvan. Transhumanism in general considers the advancements of research and technology to be its first priority. Science and its outcome, technology, has become the centerpiece of virtually everything, with politics, economics, culture, and religion taking second place. This, in essence, makes the humanities irrelevant. I do not know if anytime soon Europe is prepared to abandon the humanities in favor of science, especially since most transhumanists are based in the humanities. But the rejection of empathy and the welfare state, along with Islam's functionalist instrumental view of humans, are only symptomatic of the public image of an ethos and ethics which revolve around a human conception of an autonomous being which can realize and regulate all by his or herself. Solipsistic autonomy and negative freedom as prerequisites for perpetual progress of science are the ethical imperatives of transhumanism. Politically, this comes down to oligarchy or technocracy. Indeed, libertarianism with its unregulated research agenda is incompatible with the European value system. If transhumanism is grounded in a technological dispositive, like a utilitarianism which consists of a mere cost-benefit calculation, ethics becomes obsolete. To be fair, moderate transhumanists such as Pasha Peter Moore and Stefan Lorenz, Sorkner, share, quote, fundamental knowledge acknowledgement that one's freedom comes to an end where the freedom of the other begins. This was a quote by Sorkner, or Peter Moore, as long as this person's choice does not hurt another person or damage life forms, then the view needs to be respected and vice versa. One should not harm to someone else, quote, since we all need Sorkner. These maxims are honorable. We call for a neutrality of the state and questions personal worldview of mathematics, one's morphological decisions. But they are ethically ambiguous because of their functional or utilitarian thrust. They may work in times of a relatively uniform distribution of goods and services, but they will not if there's a general scarcity of goods, or if only if privileged have access to genetic enhancement. I come now to my third point and last point, my own relational ethics for Euro-transhumanism. An ethics which focuses on utilitarian individualism is sufficient. Any existential decision, supposedly autonomous or free decision, is, after all, inherently intertwined with a variety of material, social, introspective, normative factors which precede and seek that decision. How can I know that my decision in favor of an intelligent morphological alteration of mine will have no negative impact on others, former or future self included? Even or precisely on the material level, we cannot keep track of complex relational processes. Any decision for an engagement with a technological device engenders a feedback loop which too evolves in and with process triggered off. In fact, the decision to morph has always already been modified by the pre-existence of fairness or the material being of the thing I want to morph with. If transhumanism wants to succeed in Europe, autonomy must be twisted with ethical momentum, which is still the most significant not only for Europe, but the rest of the world, namely dignity. It is prominently expressed in the UN Declaration of Human Rights, the European Convention of Basic German Law. They are a pivot to human dignity as an inviolable value and foundation of freedom. Human dignity is invoked in the context of embryo screening, data mining, and artificial intelligence. The new Pope, Leo XIV, stressed the revolutionary potential of AI in his first major speech. Called it a challenge for human dignity, justice, and labor. By mentioning justice and labor, the Pope addresses two major social fields in which dignity comes to bear and likewise anxiety associated with AI. What does the future of work look like if If self-esteem, recognition, or for that matter, dignity, depends so much on my involvement into productive processes, it also makes clear that transhumanism is not a project to be carried out by autonomous individuals. It's dependent on many relational social factors and entangled in questions of distribution of resources, of work and identity. My point then is that autonomy or negative freedom, so often invoked by transhumanists, must be conceived of as relational autonomy. This necessarily involves the recognition of the dignity of the other. Clearly, I do not understand dignity in a metaphysical sense as an absolute existence of its own, not as a logocentric or theocentric entity. Yet I would claim that it has become so self-evidently a prerequisite of our cultural self-understanding that it forms the basis of our mutual recognition. It is inexorably linked to our communicative action with my expressing myself towards the other, and it is transcendental in the sense that it is already there wherever one takes a stance towards the other. Whenever we are facing one another, we cannot help recognizing the other as potentially rational with a basic right to self-determination. This entails equity and the conviction that each person should also be treated as a singular case, as judges do in civilized law courts. Respect for and the assumption of reason on the other, which means the ability to decide otherwise, are pragmatic conditions for reciprocal communication. One only responds to the other, and vice versa, and presupposes in the other at least some degree of self-determination and singularity. We acknowledge the dignity and autonomy of the other, and that to the other. Really speaking, our being in the world and being the other calls for a relational autonomy which involves and requires a pragmatic and reciprocal conception of dignity. For transhumanism, this means that the techno-socio-political decisions or techno-progressive politics must communicatively include, consider, and consult as many social agents as possible. I assume that transhumanist paradigm change will resonate with structures and institutions of a society. Thus, a relation and inclusive autonomy must take effect in political macrostructures as well as social microstructures, in legislation as well as personal agreements and commitments between family members, medical persons, and patients. On the macro level, the best conceivable model is provided by John Rawls' conception of social contract, motivates cooperation and reciprocal decisions, and observes mutual recognition, respect, and dignity. His two principles of justice guarantee equal liberties and fair opportunities for each, and access to all positions and opportunities in a society. If there are structural inequalities in a society, they should also affect the enhancement and well-being of the marginalized. Emerging inequalities must be, quote, to the great benefit of the least advantaged members of society. Since the transhumanist project is particularly susceptible to producing social inequality, the pertinent technological interventions are expensive. It should pay particular attention to the underprivileged. The Euro-transhumanist social democratic society should make sure that the left or least advantaged, as well as those who refuse to transform nation, will nevertheless benefit from the pertinent technological advancement in terms of general health and social well-being. Rather than a supplementary multisensory memory module, the less advantaged may then have a therapeutic single-sensory module replacing a deficient eyes. The public health system should profit from this unless an individual raises explicitly objection. The cure of, say, prostate cancer would truly benefit from the analysis of as many personal data as possible. But a male individual may have good reasons not to disclose facts saying about his incontinence. This is a matter of dignity. Below the state level, the models of citizen juries appear to be very promising, combining the macro and micro level of a society. The manageable size of individuals could be randomly chosen by a lottery system from diverse social and educational sectors. We get access to all technical social information sources in several months to repeatedly meet, discuss, and sort out the issue. Common decisions could be binding for parliamentary institutions, but may be checked by constitutional laws. The question of and decision for the legal status of an AI nurse robot who has passed the Turing test could thus meet with a more positive resonance in the society. As to the micro-social level, relational models could be drawn from medical ethics. Let us take the example of an elderly and frayed person who seriously thinks about going for good. It would be too simple to say it is an autonomous being, let her decide for herself. In order to support this person, the doctors, relatives, or nurses who care would seek the advice of psychologists, perhaps 2 or 3 persons who are close to her, or who would be afflicted by her or his demise. By giving him or her a relational, communicative context and responsibility to precisely show the respect to his or her dignity, ours. Clearly, incisive morphological interventions or major neurological transplantations are of a different ethical dimension. Yet these changes constitute interference with the personality or, for that matter, autonomy of a subject to a degree that it requires a deliberative communicative setting. Given the existential impact and the technological uncertainties of the transhuman interventions into my human form or that of my children, I will moreover find it highly precarious to come to an autonomous decision. If I decide upon an editing of the germ language of the children, which goes beyond the genetic constellation of my partner's genes, I do, of course, heavily interfere with their autonomy, even if this is to their cognitive, physical advantage later on. It would be wise to initiate a communicative process which includes not only the parents and the medical technician, the modification of the genetic structure on behalf of, say, a large muscle buildup would have implications for the autonomy and dignity of the child. It may find that outrunning the others is not due to her very own effort, after all. The boy, one might reply, would not know. He will never question his outstanding physical frame. But such a mindset would eventually lead to the irrelevance of one's individual achievement and thereby one's personality or autonomy. If we commit ourselves completely to technology, individuals will be eventually unable to reaffirm themselves other than through technology. Dignity would consequently be off the table. Finally, relational autonomy should be particularly exigent in the context of genetic cognitive enhancement. Intelligence is not only reducible to one substance, it depends on the complex and dynamic interrelation between genome and continuous environmental processes. The longer the child may then be disillusioned, expectations are not fulfilled. This will be not only a psychological and social, but also an ethical problem in a matter of dignity and autonomy. I come to my conclusion, 6 lines. Many transhumanists, as e.g. Stefan Sorgner, take recourse to virtue ethics. They turn towards a relational autonomy which bears testimony to dignity. They can rely on a virtue, a value that is objective and not hunted, and at the same time, intersubjective and pragmatic. If transhumanism is to succeed in Europe and not to be left to the US West Coast prolix or techno-capitalism, we should start to campaign for an responsive, and relational version of it via the internet, via network, grassroots organizations, and in local communities. Thank you. I hope you have understood my speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much. So if there are questions from the audience,
I can't see you, but hope maybe you can see me. I don't know.
Thank you. I would sort of mention relational autonomy. I took it that you understood it as a normative concept and not as a descriptive concept. No, it is not just sort of when you talk about relational ontology, you don't just mean so when someone's making a autonomous decision, they're always each decision it always includes the relational embeddedness of the one who decides. So it's not just a descriptive, but you mean it in a normative manner that always, when someone's making a decision, that one should always take the relational context into consideration. If this is actually what you meant, then I would wonder, doesn't that have some extremely dangerous paternalistic implications?
Well, can I answer you? I say there is no such thing that solipsistic autonomy. Autonomy is always intertwined with lots of material factors. So if you make a decision, your decision has always already co-decided by the material conditions you live in, by your relatives, by your genes, by everything else that surrounds you. To deal with this in our social intersubjective context, I would say it's a good thing to have autonomy, call it normative, but I think it's something that will develop by its own. It's the best thing for a person to have to ask someone else before decide, or to ask other people's before I decide on surgery. I will decide. I will ask someone. I'm never making that autonomous decision by myself. So it's not a normative. It's a pragmatic thing I'm talking about. As dignity, the word dignity or the term dignity I use is not a transcendental or a normative or patriarchal sort of thing. It's a pragmatic sort of thing that comes to pass between us. When I talk to you, you presuppose my dignity and I presuppose your dignity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk to one another. Is that something that satisfies you? I don't want to push someone or to autonomy on someone or relational autonomy. I just think it's always already there.
Some more exchanges are needed, but thank you.
thank you, Philip. If there are other questions,
Sorry, Laura, I can't see you at the moment because it somehow. But thank you very much, Laura, for
thank you. If there are
giving me the
other
chance to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you, Philip. So, thank you, everyone. Now we'll have the lunch break, 1.5 hours, and see you back at 2.5. So enjoy your meal. Bye.
institutions, including in New Zealand, the United States, and Italy. His work focuses on biological aging from an onto-epistemological and ethical perspective. Additionally, he is concerned with the future of humanity and the human of the future, examining these topics through the lenses of long-termism, transhumanism, and existential risks. I will give now the floor to Pablo for this talk entitled SENSE. SENSE is an acronym which stands for Strategies for Engineered Negligible Senescence. So the title is SENSE versus the Hallmarks of Aging, Competing Visions, Shared Challenges. Thank you. Now the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. Today I will present one paper that I published 2 months ago in Budget Ontology with my friend Saul Pérez González from the University of Valencia. And this work is not an alone piece, it's also a new research line that I'm exploring about different pluralistic models in neuroscience. Specifically, I'm studying how they conceptualize and approach aging. And this is a paper that we discuss for the scientific public, but I hope that you enjoy that. I think that the people here are more philosophers than other fields. So aging for centuries was a philosophical, religious, or mystical phenomenon. But after that, in the mid-20th century, we had different evolutionary theories like mutation accumulation, antagonist pleiotropy, disposable soma theory that show us why aging occurs. But with the advance of molecular biology, we shift the field, trying to find an underlying cause, a monocausal reason for why aging occurs. And in that case, we have, for example, telomere attrition, DNA mitochondrial damage, among others. But yet, these different factors couldn't allow understand the whole picture of aging. So more or less in the beginning of this century, we proposed different pluralistic models. One that is very famous is SENSE, that was defended by Aubrey de Grey, and the other is the Hallmarks of Aging, that is very well known in the literature, and the first author is Carlos López Otín from Spain. These models seems to be completely different, but we have to know that they are playing at the same level, that is a molecular and cellular perspective. So for both, aging is not inevitable, it's also a phenomenon that we can modify. My intention here is try to show you why these models that have more or less the same theoretical basis are completely different in aims, in strategies, in communication style, in how they interpret different philosophical concepts as health and disease, and why it's important to spend time discussing, because one is very famous in the social media that maybe for you it's very common to listen that the end of aging is soon, and the other is the most quoted paper in the literature with, I remember, 13,000 quotes on Google Scholar. So I elaborated this table that I will discuss during my talk, that we can see different features like a goal, approach, view, or definition of aging, focus, tone, audience, among others. And we will start that saying that for sense, aging is a technical problem. So we can say that aging is not a mystery for biology, and we can also find a solution. And this solution is in the engineering perspective. The goal is not only to address aging, but also to reverse this biological process. And in other words, you can say that rejuvenation is the core of this research program. We need to say that these biomedical treatments should be periodically renovated. So we need time to repair the damage, and during that time we can also develop new treatments that will be more sophisticated than the previous. These interventions could be gene therapy, regenerative medicine, or others. And it's important to say that if I defend that sense and hallmarks more or less has the same mechanisms, for sense, they present firstly the treatment, and after that the mechanisms, because I will explain a little later that it's not very important spend time defining what is this mechanism, what is the connection of one mechanism to the next one. So we need to put our focus on the on developing these treatments. So hallmarks is completely different, and it's very interesting to say that hallmarks was published, the first version, in 2013, the second 2 years ago in Cell both, and they never quote sense as a precedent. And it's surprising because the mechanisms are the same. So the starting point could be analogous in both cases. Yeah, maybe we can discuss why they forget this citation. The real intention of hallmarks is to understand the aging processes, try to connect all the previous literature. So, for example, we have genomic instability, telomere attrition, cellular senescence, and we try to create a roadmap and why these processes are interconnecting, and why this model that is pluralistic is better than we have the previous option that is every hallmark alone. So they define specific journals in the hallmark, in the first version are 9, in the new one are 12. And they are describing the mechanisms try to extend health span. This time that you are maintaining all your physical and mental capacities as possible. This is very interesting to say that they never say something about improve our longevity. That is the opposite of sense. So sense starts saying that we don't need to spend time defining what aging is. Even more, this semantic purpose isn't important for their goals. We have to say that we know that aging is damage, various types of damage, and we have to focus on repairing this damage, not discussing philosophical or theoretical debates. So aging can be define like this fixable damage. In contrast, hallmarks in the first page start with a definition, and this is very important for them, and it's very important for the geroscience itself, because depends on the definition, you can also define different goals for your discipline. Broadly speaking, aging is a progressive deterioration of physiological integrity, increasing our vulnerability to age-related disease and led to death. So for them, aging is a complex, emergent phenomena that we try to do a systematic biological framework. Sometimes people say that hallmarks didn't spend time or put in the effort on developing treatment, but it's not true, because when they are defining what a hallmark is, in that definition you can see that a therapeutic perspective is also involved, but they start from a completely different point. So you say, since define that rejuvenation is possible, that everyone wanted to live more than now in better conditions, and we have hallmarks with a typical academic definition. Other question is that they interpretate this theoretical question that is very popular in philosophy of medicine, completely different from sense. Aging is a disease, or at least a set of pathological conditions. They also use in their papers the word syndrome to try to use an umbrella concept to integrate all these problems that are connected with underlying cause, that is aging, because the causes of aging and the age-related disease for them are the same. That is completely different in hallmarks, that aging is not a disease, and they are aligned more with this biomedical thinking that aging is a risk factor, and because of this we have other diseases like cancer, Alzheimer, arthritis, among others. So sense is very pessimistic, and this is very interesting because it connects very well, I think, with the evaluation that transhumanism, for example, that is the topic that we are discussing these days, give to the body, to the organism, and I think that sense could understand more or less in the same terms. So also, if they defend that aging is a disease, health is the absence of disease. So they are using a binary model in philosophy of medicine that is completely different in hallmarks, that is a dynamic balance. Also, in hallmarks, they don't say that aging is a positive dimension of our life, but they didn't put this negative burden like sense do normally. So we have also other ethical question to debate here, that is if aging is a disease, is aging is producing suffering for people? If aging is one of the most important causes of death, especially for the elderly, we have a moral imperative to eliminate aging that isn't in hallmarks. We have to manage aging. We have to try to address the age-related disease, or even in the best scenario, we have to slow down the process. If you read Aubrey de Grey paper, I don't remember, I think that in 2005, they say the time that you are spending for slowing down aging it's time that you are losing for eliminate the process completely. So they defend more or less the same type of interventions. Sometimes sense is more direct because they are defending the action and the reversibility of the process. They are very optimistic in the results. They try to get more funding for achieving this technology that allows the opportunity to develop treatments that give us more time to live longer for having this complete tech. In hallmarks, you have also interventions to validate this hallmark itself, but there are more cases. They are evaluating the side effects more than the positive aspect that you can gain with this technology, and even since start in their table with the treatments, and after that you have the mechanisms. In hallmarks, you have this typical cycle with the mechanisms, and only in the last pages you have not a specific intervention. You have a big picture of the literature. You have a big review of different research lines, depends on the hallmarks. But you haven't this idea like you have in sense that you have a specific hallmarks and you have a specific treatment. And in hallmarks of aging, you have a more complete explanation of the mechanism and a little test about what can be this intervention. Yeah, it's normal to say that the targets are different, since are defending that aging is a solvable problem. And this connect with the introduction when I say that in the mid-20th century we have evolutionary theories, and the most quote sentence in that time was Sir Peter Medawar idea that aging is a mystery for biology, and they are using this quote to say no, the enigma has an answer. So they are using very popular motto like the end of aging is possible, like I said, we are fighting a war, and they are using also metaphors to connect with a broader audience, like car maintenance, like work on aging, like I don't remember, but I think that there are more.
There's one.
What?
There's one more. There's Bostrom, Fable Titan.
Yeah, the dragon of Nick Bostrom. Yeah. So they are presenting their results, especially in public talk, on media, looking for private funding. So their message is more optimistic, urgent, action-driven. Hallmarks are framing aging as a complex scientific challenge. Their language is more technical, and they are discussing more with colleagues in the same field. So this is a very interesting point in contra, because they didn't spend time with discussing with society. So I think that is a very positive point of sense, because they are spending more time in publishing in a very good journal. I'm not saying that sense didn't publish in good journals, but the focus is different. The message in that case is more cautious, evidence first, health maintenance. So if you are interested in that topic and you are going to a bookshop, you can find more easily a book of Aubrey de Grey or David Sinclair than, for example, that there is a book of the advocates of Hallmark's perspective. So for concluding, because I want to discuss with you if you have any questions or suggestions, we have a shared ground. They are not only focusing on the same mechanism, but also they are defending that aging is a complex but not inevitable process. They are competing for the authority of the field. They are competing for more funding for the research program. They are competing for having more complete picture. And also they are competing, but they aren't competing with the other. You will never find any reference of hallmarks in sense and never one of sense in hallmarks. For sense, hallmarks is very conservative and they aren't spending time in the real crusade, that is eliminate aging as soon as possible. Hallmarks didn't spend time saying that sense is a pseudo paradigm in neuroscience. So I think that we have the opportunity to compare both. I think that we can also learn about the optimistic perspective and also this connection with society with sense, and on the other hand, the importance for having better picture about aging, because like I told previously, this is only a piece of a better research program, because right now there is a lack of consensus in the discipline, and seems to be like this type of project, like SENSE or hallmark that are focusing on cell and molecular level isn't enough for understanding aging and for developing treatment for living longer and living better. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. I will now open the Q&A section by asking you to ask your questions.
I'm very interested in the anti-aging. I think it's right now the most flourishing, the most active field, which belongs sort of in the context of transhumanism. Already Craig doesn't himself classify as a transhumanist, even though he's always, invited at least in transhumanist events. And I know, like the SENSE Foundation, there's a close connection, obviously, with Vitaly Buterin, with O'Neill, now the Secretary of State of Trump. At least he's going to be like so close connection with the entire Mastille. So and they're doing a lot of research on the island of Roatan in Honduras.
Like Brian Johnson.
Have you been there?
No. But
I always have like 6-week sessions where people get together and extremely intense. Sinclair, already great. I've got friends who also go there on a regular basis in order to be outside of the boundaries where you can do sort of the state-regulated research. So I find it very interesting what's happening there. There are loads of billionaires who also go there and then trying to get a lot of funding. I haven't heard of the other approach, so that seems to be more university focused. Maybe you can, are they at which university? But Sinclair and so they're at Harvard and at big places, so there are also some. And I've also then on the other hand heard that there's Chiang Mai in Thailand. There were like last fall and the year before there are pop-up cities. Again, people living together for like 6 weeks But that event again was fine. It's also related to anti-aging research. But that event was mostly driven. Literally, Putin was there. Which again, I'm not sure. So he seems to combine that with like like the crypto world is financing that. I don't think already Cray is so strong there, so I wasn't quite so sure which type of they're making a lot of experiments. And so where is the second approach? Where are they located? Do you know anything more about? I mean, the second approach seems to be very much university focused, more academic, and like already Cray. That's also like as with Thiel and friends, like financing people to drop out of university. You know, found the next unicorn needs to be founded. And that's very good. And now soon in Lisbon in Portugal, there'll be a big event with basically, you know, many founded transhumanist communities will also be there. It's not as, but it's not as, I mean, there are many of the fields there, but they're not as explicitly transhumanist. Maybe you could say something more about sort of without there having been such a clear question.
I know very well Ori because when I did my PhD, I met him in Madrid. So I think that is the most replied scientific in this field. But I think that his philosophical ideas are good, and at least he is introducing the debate in our discipline. So I think that people are criticized so much since, but other question that I want to explore is if the typical replies that we have to send are also possible to hallmarks. I think so. One model that is very well known, very popular and quote in the academia, why is? Because it's useful, because people are assuming and they are using because this picture is very connecting with the audience. But I think if you are reading the most popular replies to sense, you can also apply to hallmarks because they are.
Which hallmarks based?
What?
Where? At which university?
Hallmarks was published with Carlos López Otín, Maria Blasco.
Because he worked at university.
Yeah. It's a paper that was published for a couple of scientific that are working in universities or in labs. For example, Manuel Serrano, that is other, is working in Altos Lab. The other, and I think that Aubrey says sometimes that he isn't a transhumanism, but I think that his idea are transhumanism. But this is because, and I think that, and you know much more about this topic, is because this label is negative in the academia. Nick Bostrom in the last papers didn't say that he is a transhumanism. So I think that is more a marketing strategy or something like that. And also that maybe transhumanism for them are more speculative than their own discourse. But you can say that more or less. I don't know what is your opinion that if these ideas could be or could enter in the transhumanist discourse. I think that there are a couple of similarities, that the negative dimension of the body, the technical optimism, the possibility to develop your life projects better than you can because you have your biological chains. So, but the question is anti-aging world the same than transhumanism? I don't think so, because in transhumanism, mind uploading or the immortality could be the last goal. No, I don't think that Aubrey is defending mind uploading. So I think that if you are reading the Transhumanist Manifest or you are reading Nick Bostrom's book, immortality is the last aim. But we can discuss.
Yeah, that's science fiction. One shouldn't read that as philosophy either.
Yeah.
But that's what George said about this.
So we have time for one last question. Go on, please.
Thank you. Pablo, thank you so much for your presentation. That was great. The only thing I have read before about hours of aging was about what you mentioned. I had it with another name, with the chronological clocks of aging. And what I've read about in the newspapers was about that in California already some clinics are trying to apply therapies based on these chronological clocks. So there was criticism on medical science about it, because as you have so many different approaches, so many chronological clocks, it's like you don't have one whole approach to aging within hallmarks. Yeah. And I found that there is like scientific criticism in sense, as you mentioned, but also in hallmarks. So that's interesting. My question beyond that comment is the following. Specifically with sense, I think it's philosophically challenging the concept of aging as a disease. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if we could go beyond that, go to the following question. So we do have people that are born with diseases. We have people that are chronically diseased. If aging is a disease, maybe that's a redefinition of aging. Maybe that implies a redefinition of disease. Do you think that chronic diseases should be also redefined in this concept, in this context?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, the first question could be, I recommend one paper that published in World Report 1 year ago, David James and other collaborators, about the optimistic vision that we have on aging studies, and why all the rigid line that seems to be interesting right now aren't. For example, calorie restriction, growth hormone. So the problem is that all of these authors, like David James, João Pedro de Magalhães, Vadim Gladyshev, are saying that we have to incorporate evolutionary theories again to understand better the process. And why this perspective that is addressing cell and molecular damage isn't enough for having treatments. The other question, depends on the way that you understand what is a disease. Because, for example, in my PhD, I defend that aging is a disease from a pragmatic perspective that is completely different, like Aubrey de Grey or Nick Bostrom paper that aging is a disease more because he is producing a decline of our capacity, because he is the first problem, and you have other secondary diseases that are connecting, and if you are addressing the underlying cause, you can also affect the rest of the age-related diseases. But for me, that the result is different. Is disease is a technical concept that we understand, and we have maybe treatment that can address aging, at least like we are doing today. Because we have benefits if we understand aging like a disease, we can also change the label for our interest. So, but it's very briefly, aging is a disease because for medicine could be a disease, and for the society is interesting that aging is should be a disease. And of course, there are people that say if aging is a disease, you have negative or problems associated with that. But you can also see the benefits, like you can invest or more money. You can also gain a more research program. You can incorporate in the biomedical agenda. You can also visualize more for the elderly. So yeah, depends on the size of the coin that you are. Thank you.
So thank you again for your talk, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
We have to stay on schedule and we are running a bit long, so we will move now to the second presentation of this session, and it is my pleasure to invite Damian Sche. I hope I mispronounced your name. Damian Sche. I will briefly introduce our speaker. So Damian Sche is a PhD student of the Catholic University of Lublin Doctoral School, where he is preparing a dissertation related to artificial intelligence ethics. He is also working on issues related to transhumanism, the ethics of new technologies, and social implications of technology development. That being said, I will give the floor to Damian Sche for this presentation entitled Filling Ontological Gaps, Why Mind Uploading is Self-Contradictory on the Grounds of Classic Transhumanism, Comparing Ontologies of Transhumanism and Euro-Transhumanism. So please.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Hart. It's Damian Szczęch, but you can just call me Damian. Today I have the pleasure to present you the topic of my research. The title of my presentation is quite long. Yeah, but it could be used instead of the abstract of my presentation. So, on a side note, almost all but one illustrations in this presentation are generated by AI, and I will be curious about your opinion at the end. So, the title of my presentation points to the main topics I want to address today. In the first part, I will show why mind uploading, as presented in the classic form, cannot work due to peculiar ontology and the paradox caused by the concept of identity that it assumes. Then I will tell you a mind-boggling story about drawing cats. And finally, I will present a more realistic version of the mind uploading. So let's get started. Classic transhumanism sees a human being in a particular way. We are a kind of mind, idea, spirit, information pattern, or whatever other name you want to put on it. We are being tied to an awful biological body. It ages, it gets sick, and eventually dies. It is a nightmare, similar to Manichaeism, that concerned people as the immortal spirit or mind being trapped or jailed inside of a mortal body. Although the classic transhumanism is a materialistic in its view, there is no mind or soul, only physical particles. That assumptions create many problems, but more on that later. Therefore, the goal of all humans should be to enhance. It is to develop technologies that would not only make our lives longer, more fulfilled, or just better, but also get us closer to achieving so-called immortality. In this sense, transhumanism is a maximalist philosophy. There are no limits to enhancement. One of the ways of becoming immortal is or was the idea of mind uploading. Basically, it assumes that if we could create a detailed enough scan of a human brain, especially the neural connections of this brain, and if we succeeded in recreating those images in a computer, we could, in a sense, recreate the human mind. And therefore, we could recreate a person in a digital realm. Apart from technical difficulties, like recreating an analog biochemical computer inside a digital machine, or creating very detailed scan of human brain that is still beyond capacity of current technology, such projects seem to have no problems at all. Bostrom and Zandberg even made some alternative math calculations to show that such a project should be feasible before 2050. If we assume that it is possible to realize the dream of mind uploading, we may find ourselves in a peculiar situation. Imagine you are on the picture. You sit down on an armchair and have this kind of helmet or goggles put on your head. Close your eyes, you hear buzzing, whirling, and other machinery noises. Then you can hear, it is done. You open your eyes, and you are still sitting on the armchair while technicians take the helmet from your head. You may ask, is something wrong? But the procedure was successful. You can see the giant computer screen where a person similar to you is being displayed. A few bits and bobs may get changed, but it still resembles you quite well. Then the person talks. They have your voice, your memories, they know your jokes, and they claim to be you. The process of mind uploading or mind transfer resulted in creation of a copy of the person. It is a similar problem to the concept of teleportation. The original gets destroyed and its exact copy gets recreated in the destination. It may also be interpreted as the naturalistic version of reincarnation. Recreating the information structure of our brains would mean recreating us. You may argue that such copy is not you, as you are still yourself. And the copy is a separate being from you. Kurzweil, however, claims that the so-called narrative identity makes the copy the same as you. In short, if the outside observer cannot see a difference, then there is no difference. After the procedure, the original person may get killed or moved to different part of the world to start a new life. And the rest of the world would not see a difference. At least, this is how it works in Kurzweil's realm. This is the exact consequence of the monistic assumption. The mind cannot be transferred, as it is the integral part of the body. Classic transhumanists sometimes try to defend the idea of transfer by messy explanation that the base of our identity is the information pattern in our brains, not the mind, nor soul, nor anything else. This, of course, causes a plethora of other problems. That is why I call this a messy explanation. For not only it reduces our whole life, dreams, desires, and everything else to the structure of neurons in our brains, but it also separates the identity from us. It makes our identity external from ourselves. as we are being defined by the pattern that can be extracted, copied, and moved to somewhere else. In order for the uploading to work, our identity should be tied to a kind of essence, soul, piece of brain, namely a discrete transferable media that can be moved and reinstantiated in another substrate. Transhumanism creates this peculiar dualism of matter and information while claiming to be materialistic monism. That is because information is not entirely physical. It is physically represented and has physical consequences, but it can be purely mathematical without reference to matter of meaning. For example, information can be understood as a measure of uncertainty, and such a measure does not have a physical representation. This is why transhumanism needs a lot of philosophical groundwork. Now it's time for the promised story about drawing cats. It is an illustration of the curious consequences of the narrative identity. Imagine this. We start in the bottom left corner. No, top left corner, sorry. You draw a picture of a cat. Then someone makes a photo of your picture and destroys the paper version, leaving no trace of it. But they are kind enough to send you the photo of your drawing. Did your drawing really get destroyed? Does your drawing still exist? In a sense, yes, because you still can show it to other people, and we probably couldn't tell if it was the photo of the drawing or the drawing itself. We still get the information that was written in it. But what if someone makes a photo of the photo? Or someone else makes a photo of the photo of the photo? Is there a point in where your drawing ceases to exist? Of course, I omit the question of quality loss due to image compression and other stuff. Because if there is no point where your drawing ceases to exist in a series of consequent photos, it would mean that theoretically we could have infinite number of photos of the photos of the photos of the photos, but still one picture, one representation. So the same thing would have an infinite number of instances. Same goes for the copy of mind. Having more than one copy of me sounds terrifyingly enough. But imagine if there could be potentially an infinite number of Damians in the world, and they would still count as one. The tax office would go crazy. So this is the consequence of translating or borrowing the idea from the IT world to the physical one, because the narrative identity is derived from the computer files. We don't care, there is no difference if this particular file containing my presentation is the exact one file I have on my laptop, I have on my computer, I have prepared earlier, because the information on the slides is what matters. But if we try to apply it to the physical realm, it creates this paradox, because the file itself is a kind of abstraction, not the one concrete being. The file represents the data written in a system, in a particular format. So messing things from the abstract, not really physical world with the physical world creates many problems. So let's try to land with more realistic version of the mind uploading. It is rather obvious that our minds would have to stay inside of our heads, and maybe even connected to the rest of our bodies. So more practical solution would involve detaching the mind-brain amalgamate from body and putting it in a jar. Like in Putnam's brain in vat thought experiment. And on a side note, there is a company in Melbourne, Australia, that created computers utilizing biological neurons. So maybe this will be no more a hypothetical scenario. The company is called Cortical Labs. Also, such a brain could be living inside the head in a jar, like in the TV series Futurama. It could be connected to the virtual body, like in the movie Matrix, or be connected to the robotic body, or just live in a jar like that. It could be also living in a special hermetic capsule, like in the game Fallout New Vegas, where Mr. House, closed in such a capsule, was living for over 200 years. And this last picture is the only one that is not AI generated in this presentation. All of these scenarios require keeping at least a part of the physical form, and would not lead to realization of the dream of immortality in its literal sense. But such version is compatible with Euro-transhumanist concept of a twist, as there is no ontological gap between us and posthumans in such a form. Although ontological assumptions of the software version of mind uploading and their compatibility with Euro-transhumanism require further study. Maybe it's a topic for another discussion. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for this interesting talk. I now invite you to ask questions, please.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. It's really nice to hear a starting PhD student. And it tends to immediately give you some directions. And, okay, when you said, for example, the copies of the copies are expected to hear Baudrillard, the Jean Baudrillard simulacra, the loss of the real. The other thing is mind and brain. You somehow intermix this. The brain can be easily modeled, and the neurons, there have been quite a few attempts even in Canada and the Perimeter Institute, but the mind, and so we call it consciousness is not possible still to define, and you know probably how many different theories, including quantum theory of Roger. No, this escapes me. Hamelhoff, and yes. So actually, more and more, with the loss of the real, we are talking about reversing whether the conscious creates the reality, and finally, when you are discussing physical, probably will go deeper, and in my dissertation you'll have a lot of discussions of those. Physical actually does not exist, and it's information on subatomic level with the frequency. If we take all the subatomic particles, the solid matter, so there will be a lot of interesting aspects to add to this beginning, and I wish you good luck. Okay, if I can give you more suggestions in private conversation.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Yeah, the problem with the mind-brain differentiation is being flattened in the classic transhumanism. They basically consider the brain and mind to be either the same, or mind to be the function of the brain. Like mind is something that brain does, and they consider that scanning of the brain and recreating its structure would be enough to recreate the mind. But we know it's much more complicated than this. Yeah.
And maybe reverse. And maybe reverse.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So there's one thing that I didn't get out of everything you said. What is your position? Like you've said, there's this view and that view and that view and this view, and this sort of works and sort of doesn't. But what position do you take? because at this point it's still like more of a literature review.
Okay.
So how do you personally see this? Where do you see the flaws in whatever position you're taking or not taking?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe I wasn't clear. My position is that the mind cannot be really separated from brain. So the examples that were given on the last few slides are, in my opinion, the only realistic option for the mind uploading or for the kind of immortality to achieve. I think that we cannot really leave our bodies. We are trapped in those bodies, just like the Manichaeans and other people thought, but not in the sense that we are the ghost or spirit in the body. We are the body. Like, what you see is what you are, right? There is no separate kind of non-material thing that it's being put inside. We are the bodies. So the only option to achieve the immortality, in meaning living as long as possible, is to properly maintain our bodies. So this would be my answer. Thank you.
One last question.
Well, Damian, thank you so much for your presentation. That was great and that was interesting. Okay, so my question is a question that I found in the literature and reading a few months ago, and I think it's very relevant for this. So it's more about regarding mind uploading as a goal in transhumanism. Historian of ideas in religion, Oliver Kruger, wrote on the distinction between, in transhumanism, enhancing the body, so enhancing our capacities, and mind uploading. And his take was, and I agree with this argument, that actually they're contradictory in themselves. That one thing is to love your body and to hope that your body is better, that it lives longer, that has greater cognition and better health. And the other take is actually saying, well, the way in which your presentation started, that we are trapped in our bodies. And so that's a position where our body is a jail and we need to escape to the computer. So do you think there is so for Kruger, transhumanism truly is actually the first idea, not the second idea. He calls the second idea technological singularity. His take is that it's currently out of classic transhumanism. I don't know what you think about it, or even other transhumanist philosophers here, like Stefan, maybe you'd like to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I think this first option is very interesting because our brains are part of our bodies. So, in my opinion, enhancing our bodies also includes enhancing our brains, at least to some degree. So we cannot really separate those things. But I had to be brief, so I finish.
Thank you. Maybe I can hear you answer later.
Sure.
Thank you very much for joining us today and for your talk. We will now move on to... Yes, we will now go online and we will move on to the third presentation. I hope Andrea Iulia Sumeshan is ready to join us.
I'm here, but I have to upload the presentation.
Yes.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I will introduce our speaker. Andrea Iulia Sumeshan holds a degree in philosophy from Babeș-Bolyai University and a degree in fine arts sculpture from the University of Art and Design in Cluj-Napoca. She obtained a master's degree in professional ethics from Babeș-Bolyai University and a dual degree in contemporary public ethics from the University of Paris in 2013, followed by a master's in ancient and medieval philosophy in 2014 and a master's in sculpture. In 2023, she earned her PhD in philosophy, magna cum laude, focusing on the refusal of medical procedures. She is currently an associate researcher at the Center for Applied Philosophy at Babeș-Bolyai University. Her research interests include empirical approaches in medical ethics, meta-ethics, and clinical ethics consulting. That being said, I will give the floor to Andreea Iulia Someșan for this presentation entitled Understanding and Exercising Autonomy in Clinical Practice Amid a Transhumanist Society, toward a balanced ethical approach to next generation biomedical technologies.
Thank you. I want to ask you if I can flip the slides myself.
No.
No?
No, but
Okay.
you can ask me to do that for you. So
Please, the next one. The next one. I want, first of all, to start with the definition that I propose for transhumanism. I talk about philosophical and cultural movement that advocates for the use of science and technology, particularly biotechnology, neural technology, AI, and nanotechnology, with the aim to enhance human physical and cognitive abilities with the goal of transcending biological limitations such as aging, disease, and even death. And please, next slide. I want also to mention some key ethical features for transhumanism, but most of them refer to a second phase of transhumanism, because in the beginning we can see that transhumanism may come with a lot of benefit for individuals, but in a second phase, the transhumanist will force the individuals to agree certain upgrades for their own life or body. And here I talk about the moral obligation to enhance oneself or others. And I want also to mention the Savulescu principle of procreative beneficence. It also aims overcoming biological limitation. It emphasizes on individual choice to upgrade and for rational control. It also refers to technological optimism. Belief is that the tech progress can equate with moral progress or can even replace the moral progress or moral reflection. Please, the next one. And I also want to highlight a few films that were made in the last decades that highlight all the danger of the second phase of transhumanism. And I want to mention Gattaca, Upgrade, and the Bot Generation. All of them mention that even, or try to highlight that even some upgrades can be desirable for our own lives. Later, they will force the humanity to change their life and to arrive to a certain situation where they are not anymore free. They don't have any more freedom to um, act according to their own values. Please, the next slide. And the question is, or the view is that we arrive between utopia and dystopia considering transhumanism. And the critique of transhumanism aims the risk of turning enhancement into obligation rather than a choice. Like in the films that I mentioned, it undermines relational and embodied views of autonomy. The individual cannot anymore relate to his own values or desire. It also ignores structural inequalities and that affect access to enhancement. Most of the people will not be able to afford all the improvements for their own body, and because of that, they will not benefit from all of the upgrades. Upgrading may also come with more long-term risk than benefits. And here I talk about the society or the future generation also. And in this context, we can ask, it's in empowerment or a pressure to our new trends society? Please, the next slide. Um, uh, and I also want to highlight some questions. And one of them refer to the best child. And here the questions, what can we consider to be the best traits? And concerning the inequalities and coordination issues, can social justice coexist with bio inequalities? How to protect non-enhanced persons? And concerning the aspiration to remain unique, because some of the people probably will not value to upgrade, um, will it still be acceptable and reasonable for someone to want to be not enhanced? Please, the next slide. And I also want to highlight some ethical challenges that may arise in this context. In this context, we can talk that we go from individual autonomy to conformity to upgrade. Usually, the individual in a transhumanist society doesn't have anymore the autonomy to decide if they want this kind of upgrade or not. And as I said, will be an unequal access to medical enhancement intervention. There will be possible also threats on medical concerns principle. The doctor don't have anymore the freedom to uh, act in their profession according to their own views. And there is also the risk of slippery slope fallacy. And we can talk in the context of second phase of transhumanism about the development of post-moralist society. Please, next slide. In this context of second phase transhumanist, there will exist social pressure toward enhancement normalization. And first of all, will be a technological normalization. And argument will be if something is possible, this must be done. And most of the time, the judgment will be delegated to systems, to communities, governments, and so on. And in this kind of society, the most value will be the performance over choice of the individual. And in this context will appear a new approach on the concepts of autonomy and human dignity. And there will also come an instrumentalization of the autonomy. In this context, you will be free in the uh, idea that you are able to enhance your body, to upgrade your own body. Please, next slide. And to talk about all the moral changes in this kind of society, I want to bring the biomedical ethics framework proposed by Babeș-Bolyai with the four principles: autonomy, which refers to the individual autonomy, and the respect of the medical concerns, also about beneficence, because individual should benefit and not first side the society. And I also want to talk about no maleficence, because we should consider, even in this kind of society, the respect for informed consent. Person should choose the medical intervention that are in accord with their own values and views. And concerning the principle of justice, I want to say or highlight again the unequal access to enhancement procedures for all the citizens who will not be able to afford them. Please, next slide. And considering the four ethical principles mentioned, there will arise a few ethical conflicts, and I want to highlight two of them. First of them will concern ethical and moral tension between patient choice, autonomy, and medical judgment of a transhumanist society. It concerns beneficence. There will be a tendency, as I said, toward the normalization via next generation technology. And the second conflict will concern ethical and moral tension between the medical doctor's moral concerns and the transhumanist medicine imperative for enhancement. Um, there, in this context, will go from um, exploring or appreciating informed consent to the imperative to enhance someone's body. And in this context, doctor will have the obligation to propose to their patient or customer to um, consider this kind of medical intervention. Despite of their risk. And in this context, we can observe a neoliberal view where autonomy is seen as an empowerment or a pressure for all to upgrade. Please, next slide. And in this context, I also want to highlight the concept of relational autonomy that has it's replaced that replace the individual autonomy, and this concept said that autonomy is much more shaped by the social context, and agency is shaped by interpersonal relationships, social norms, and structural conditions. And we have to talk about societal pressures, technological norms, and expectations that can subtly undermine choice or empower them. This depends on how the society works. And this concept or this theory uh, highlights the fact that most of the time the individual have the illusion that he can have the freedom to choose, especially in a society where enhancement is normalized like in transhumanist society. Please, next slide. Uh, Please, can you change the slide? And concerning the concept of medical concerns that I highlighted, I want to say that I can define it like the medical doctor's right to act per their personal moral views within the framework of established by medical deontology and regulation. And most of the time in debates, the medical concerns concept it's grounded in human rights, and it's related to concepts and principles like non-maleficence, beneficence, sanctity of life, and double duty. Because most of the docs who highlight this argument of medical conscience in their decision have much more traditionalist views and values, and their arguments are most of the time based on Kantian categorical imperative that each person should act in a way that will take the society to uh, uh, that will bring the most good to the society. And threats for the medical concerns principle will be the slippery slope evolution. Please, next slide. And in this context, the clinician's ethical agency it's explored or can be applied by navigating between conscience and policy. I mean the medical policy, uh, refusal of non-beneficial enhancement. Uh, this is from the side of the physician himself, but also from the patient side, who probably will not agree with this kind of upgrades, and should also be considered the moral integrity in medical practice. Please, the next slide. And as I said before, this kind of society of where the upgrade is the norm, there will be a changement from the choice to upgrade yourself to the compulsion. And in this context, the upgrade will become even a moral duty for each citizen to align himself to this kind of society, because he or she should become more productive. And in this context, will exist laws of natural choice, and each individual will feel the pressure of a new normality. And those who decide to not upgrade or will not afford this option will be marginalized and will not be a part of the major decision of the society. In this context, we go from something that is optional to something that is expected, and even to something that is required. Please, next slide.
Could you move to the conclusions, because we are running out of time, and so could you please?
Yes, I have a few slides. Please, the last one.
This one?
Uh, can you please go back?
Back.
Back. Okay, I will tell you the most important idea. In this society, will go from considering the moral principle that we know today to a post-moralist society that will value much more the upgrade and the performance, and because of this the individuals will lose their own values and what they consider to be important in medical practice, but they will be forced to accept this kind of upgrade. And I want to talk about four types or approaches of the autonomy proposed by Miller, who say that the free action, which is based on freedom from coercion, will be translated this kind of clinical behavior by refusing treatments despite the consequences. If even if you are not anymore accepted in this kind of society, you should be able to resist to this kind of intrusion in your personal values. The second side aims the effective deliberation, which aims informed rational choice, which can be understood in this kind of society, like understanding a risk before undergoing a medical intervention. And I also want to highlight authenticity that goes with coherence with your values. And this will be translated by upgrading or fusing the enhancement according to personal values. And I also want to mention the necessity of moral reflection that should go hand in hand with ethical responsibility and will be translated by choosing enhancement that improve one's life as well as the future of society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we only have time for 2 questions, maybe 3 at most. 2 questions. Make them brief.
Yes. Okay.
Running a bit long.
Thank you, Professor Andrea Giuliasima-san, for your presentation. That was very interesting. My question is, would you consider that we could possibly already be in a transhuman society, taking into account that there are some authors who talk about, for example, in the case of reproductive technologies, and when for example, we are screening for anomalies on fetus, that already some authors say that those screenings already are presupposing that some fetus with anomalies are non-desired, and therefore prospective parents are already under the pressure, like they don't have the autonomy and the choice to choose freely the kind of children they want. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. In my view, now we are probably in the beginning of the first phase of transhumanism, but I don't consider that in all our action or medical decision we are forced to do something that enhanced or force us to upgrade our body. But as you said, that the fact that parents don't have the right to choose what they consider to be the best for their own children if they have some disabilities, probably it's a tendency that we see much more implemented in a transhumanist society that will be in a second. But even from the beginning of the modern medicine, I can observe this kind of compulsion toward accepting some medical intervention that doesn't align with personal values and views. Does this answer to your question?
Thank you for your reply, India.
We have the last question here.
Okay. So I have a doubt about why sometimes the pancreatic beneficence is a fundamental pillar of transhumanism. Because if we are reading, for example, Nick Bostrom's Superintelligence book, we achieve significant problems like the numbers of generation that you need, or ethical barriers like this eugenic label. But especially, I want to ask you why you can incorporate this idea, because this principle operates with the boundaries of a pre-existent gene pool. So we are not creating a new child from scratch. We are merely selecting the genes that they already exist. So we are choosing the better, not the best. So I think that sometimes we incorporate this concept, but I'm not sure if this concept connects very well with a transhumanist discourse.
I'm not sure if I understood very well your questions because of the audio of the internet connection. But I'll try to say what I understood, to answer to what I understood. And in my view, the problem is not that we try to choose the child with the best genes, but the problem is where when we try to engineer our baby. to make genetical changes to an embryo. This is the problem. And another major problem, in my view, is the fact that those who don't are not able to afford this kind of treatments will be marginalized. They will not benefit from all the goods of this kind of society. There, in this context, will be a society that is split between those who, the wealthy ones and the poor ones. This is, in my view, the major problem, and also the impossibility to act or to decide in the medical context according to your own values. Does this answer to your questions?
Julia, I don't know if you can still, I don't know if you can still hear us, but the connection is very weak. So thank you for your answer. And now we take a short coffee break, 10 minutes, and see you to the third
Thank you.
session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back in other next session called Transhumanism, Overcoming Death and Religion. Overcoming Death and Religion. Our next speaker is Charles Piesik with the presentation called From the End of Man to the Posthuman, a Foucauldian assessment of classical transhumanism and posthumanism as contemporary projects of overcoming the human. Charles was born in Lyon, France in 1996, same year as me. After completing a bachelor degree in sociology at Université de Lyon, he pursued master's degree in philosophy at Maynooth University in Ireland, writing a thesis on Foucault's conception of the human and social sciences in his 1966 book, The Order of Things. He's currently going a PhD degree in philosophy in the same institution, investigating the question of man, the human, and its potential overcoming from a historical perspective through a Foucauldian archaeological lens, with a particular interest for transhumanism and posthumanism. Thank you, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much for that short introduction. I hope that you can hear me. Everybody can hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, brilliant. So, hi once again. Greetings to all of you in Cluj from Maynooth in Ireland. I've been following the talk since this morning, and I'm kind of regretting not to be here with you in person. But look, maybe for another time. But thanks again for inviting me, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here today and to talk about the topic for my paper, which is From the End of Man to the Posthuman, a Foucauldian assessment of classical transhumanism and posthumanism as contemporary projects of overcoming of the human. Okay, so philosopher and historian of ideas, Michel Foucault, famously stated in his 1966 groundbreaking work, The Order of Things, that man is an invention of recent date, and one nearing its end as it is, like a face drawn in sand at the edge of the sea. This statement constitutes the culmination, so to speak, of the archaeological investigations he conducted all through the 1960s, and which aimed to understand, at the level of knowledge and discourse, or some of the core notions and ideas in modern Western culture came to be. The most important one being arguably what we mean by man or the human today. Here, Foucault follows closely on the footsteps of his philosophical mentor, Friedrich Nietzsche, who was already announcing nearly a century before him that following the death of God in modernity and the disappearance of the traditional metaphysical and moral limits associated with this event, man was something to be ultimately surpassed. Beyond the provocative nature of this affirmation and the polemic it has given rise to within academic circles and beyond, one could wonder if Foucault was justified in making such a sweeping statement. And perhaps more importantly, what is going to succeed to the figure of man if it is bound to disappear, as Foucault has predicted? In that regard, it appears that the emergence and development of contemporary movements such as transhumanism and posthumanism, more than 40 years after Foucault's death, if anything, is confirming the Foucauldian and Nietzschean prediction concerning the end and overcoming of man or the human at the conceptual, but also at the more practical level. Therefore, it will be the goal of this paper to analyze the origin, nature, and scope of both transhumanism and posthumanism from a Foucauldian lens, as discourses, themselves related to specific practices and institutions concerning the human being and its possible surpassing. This will also allow us to assess some of their shortcomings, for instance, in terms of how they deal with the question of the self or the subject today, and to see if some recent alternatives, such as Sogner's Euro-transhumanism, can provide a conception of the human and its overcoming in the current context that would be more aligned with what Foucault and Nietzsche before him had envisioned by that. So, when one analyzes transhumanism, or what we'll be referring to as classical transhumanism for reasons of convenience, at the level of discourse and knowledge, that is to say, when one looks at the main concepts and ideas constituting that discourse, one notices two main influences. On the one hand, classical transhumanism traces its origin back to Renaissance humanism, as well as the Enlightenment. As philosopher and transhumanist figure Nick Bostrom tells us, The heritage from the Renaissance combined with the influence of Isaac Newton, Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, Immanuel Kant, the Marquis de Condorcet, and others to form the basis for rational humanism, which emphasizes empirical sense and critical reason, rather than revelation and religious authority as ways of learning about the natural world and our place within it. End of quote. It is interesting to note here that Foucault was already pointing out how, and I quote again, Renaissance humanism and classical rationalism were indeed able to allot human beings a privileged position in the order of the world, end quote. Attributing in particular an essential role to Kant's philosophy in making the human a central object of knowledge and investigation, and I quote again, at the level of an interrogation on the world and its existence, as well as an active participant to it. So what Kant calls a citizen of the world, or Weltbürger. On the other hand, classical transhumanism derives some of its coordinates from the theory of evolution, as it has developed from the 19th century onwards, and more generally from what we could call the modern natural scientific paradigm. Indeed, the classical transhumanist discourse assumes that reality as we know it is in a perpetual state of change and transformation, underpinned by the laws of physics, chemistry, and biology, and that the human being represents no exception to that, inscribing itself fully within this dynamic. Indeed, as Max More, another notable transhumanist thinker, tells us, with few exceptions, transhumanists describe themselves as materialists, physicalists, or functionalists. As such, they believe that our thinking, feeling selves are essentially physical processes. Once again, Foucault has summarized very well this naturalistic approach to the human, when saying that modernity is inserting, and I quote, man's chronology within that of things in such a way that man's origin would be no more than a date, a fold, in a sequential series of being, placing that origin and with it the appearance of culture, the dawn of civilizations, within the stream of biological evolution. Exponents of classical transhumanism reconcile the dual nature of their discourse by asserting what they call directed evolution, or the idea that the great principles and laws governing human evolution and that of the universe in general can be redirected and controlled using science and technology. In that regard, transhumanists share with Nietzsche a dynamic view of natures and values, according to Stefan Sorgner, where the human being constitutes only a transitory stage towards a higher form of being, what some transhumanists call the posthuman, which will be attained by reversing and finally abolishing altogether natural processes such as aging, death, and diseases, and overcoming any kind of physical and cognitive limitation in general. This translates in turn at the level of education, ethics, and politics by certain liberal or even libertarian attitudes towards individual and collective development, combined with a utilitarian approach, itself based on the Renaissance ideal of the well-rounded person, that is to say, one who is highly developed scientifically, morally, culturally, and spiritually, to quote Bostrom, while adding to that the possibility of physically and mentally enhancing oneself through science and technology, according to what classical transhumanists call morphological freedom. Indeed, Moore talks here of proactive, life-affirming and life-promoting ideals, such as perpetual progress, self-transformation, practical optimism, intelligent technology, open society, self-direction, and rational thinking. Thus, we can say that Foucault has clearly identified the role played by the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, alongside modern science and Nietzschean philosophy as the sources of the classical transhumanist assumption that man is something to be ultimately surpassed. When he tells us at the end of his introduction to Kant's anthropology, and I quote, that the Kantian question, was ist der Mensch, what is man, in the field of philosophy finds its answer in the Nietzschean affirmation, der Übermensch. In this sense, classical transhumanism is characterized by an optimism, if not utopianism. It inherits from Renaissance humanism and the Enlightenment, but which is not without its issues, however, as we will see now. So, while classical transhumanism constitutes one contemporary way of interpreting what Foucault and Nietzsche before him meant by the end and overcoming of man, another one corresponds to what is commonly referred to as posthumanism, as well as metahumanism, anti-humanism, new materialisms, etc., which tends to be critical by nature towards classical transhumanism and Western humanism in general. Indeed, the posthumanists as well as meta-humanist, anti-humanist, new materialist, etc. A discourse that has emerged during the 1970s and 1980s in the fields of feminist studies and literary criticism is characterized by the enunciation of the cult of reason, central to the Western conception of the human and to the classical transhumanist one by extension. Relegating to the margins of history all the groups considered as not fitting this description, such as women, non-white, so to speak, or non-Westerners, disabled or differently abled, queer people, as well as non-human entities, be they organic, living, or non-organic ones. As such, this criticism of the cult of reason in the West is already to be found in Nietzsche and subsequently in Foucault, where it is associated with the rejection by society of those who consider as rational or normal enough. So think here of the figures of the abnormal, the mad, the deviant, etc. For instance, when Foucault talks about, and I quote, those gestures for which a culture, ours for that matter, rejects something which for it would be its exterior. And throughout its history, this hollowed out void, this white space by which it isolates itself, identifies it clearly as its values. Therefore, the post-humanist, as well as meta-humanists, anti-humanists, new materialists, etc., discourse questions as such the anthropocentrism, the patriarchalism, the racism, ableism, speciesism, etc., which has translated historically into attitudes and practices Foucault was already exposing in his 1970s writings on biopolitics, and which can be found in classical transhumanism today, such as eugenics, represented, for instance, by gene editing technologies like CRISPR or cloning, themselves backed up by specific institutions like laboratories and tech companies. As a consequence, posthumanism advocates for the overcoming of what was understood until now in the West by man or the human, through the questioning and abolition of traditional categories and dichotomies, such as male, female, Westerner, non-Westerner, normal, abnormal, rational, irrational, heterosexual, LGBTQ+, human, non-human, organic, inorganic, etc., which are deemed to be artificial and culturally constituted, as well as a source of historical prejudices. Advocating, on the contrary, for what meta-humanist figure Hamid El-Val calls a relational ontology of becoming, or the open, against classical transhumanism and its ultra-humanistic endeavors that do not fully engage with a critical and historical account of the human, which is presented in a generic and fit-for-all way, to quote posthumanist figure Francesca Ferrando. Hence, we can say that posthumanism is more aligned with what Foucault meant by the end and overcoming of the human than classical transhumanism, since the former derived from him a certain anti-humanist attitude. As Ferrando tells us, and I quote, the deconstruction of the notion of the human is central to anti-humanism. This is one of its main points in common with posthumanism, which fully acknowledges the consequences of the death of man, as already asserted by post-structuralist theorists like Michel Foucault. However, if posthumanism appears to be more faithful to what was envisioned by Foucault by the end, with the end and overcoming of man, than classical transhumanism, it is not without its issues either, in particular when it comes to the question of the subject or the agent today. Indeed, what posthumanism, as well as meta-humanism, anti-humanism, new materialisms, etc., is ultimately calling for is the dissolution of this hard Cartesian ego or consciousness that has historically defined the Western self or subject, inviting us, on the contrary, to symbiotically merge with the rest of reality, be it human or non-human, organic or machinic, etc., into some sort of global consciousness, where any sense of differentiated identity, considered as a source of discrimination and rejection of the other, understood in the most general sense of the term, will be done away with. Even classical transhumanism itself, despite its hyper-individualistic tendencies, also leads to the dissolution of the subject through its reliance on the natural and social sciences that submits one's body, language, and labor to internal laws, ultimately escaping one's control, as Foucault himself has shown in The Order of Things, but also through its embrace of a data-centric paradigm, reducing everything to disembodied patterns of information, including the human being. Foucault had already attempted to provide a solution to this issue of the loss of agency in the postmodern context through concepts such as the care of the self or the aesthetics of existence that he develops in the later years of his life, and which focus on the creative self-fashioning of one's own subjectivity, in a way that would allow individuals to regain a certain degree of autonomy on the collective structures and mechanisms of power Foucault has so accurately described in his genealogical investigations, while acknowledging and respecting the other, since it is not an exercise in solitude, but a true social practice, as he tells us. However, one could wonder if this Foucauldian solution remains truly satisfying today, in a context that is in some sense very different to that of his time, and characterized by pressing issues Foucault never really addressed, such as global warming, the destruction of the ecosphere, and the development of AI. Furthermore, some might question Foucault's sincerity in his attempt at retrieving the subject, since he has precisely shown that this very subject in modernity was in fact the product of those mechanisms of power and control he was denouncing. In that regard, a more recent approach, Sogner's so-called Euro-transhumanism, could provide an interesting alternative that we will discuss now. So, what is interesting about Sogner's Euro-transhumanism is that it constitutes an original attempt at reconciling some of the core elements present in the respective classical transhumanist and posthumanist discourses, while addressing the perceived caveats in both. Indeed, taking its origins in the 2009 article Nietzsche, the Overhuman and Transhumanism, it anchors itself within the continental European tradition, in the direct trajectory of Nietzsche and Foucault, therefore, when it comes to the conception of the human and its possible overcoming. As such, it rejects what it sees as the paternalistic and potentially totalitarian dimension within classical transhumanism and the utopianism that defines it, what some transhumanists call long-termism. In particular, the over-optimistic and instrumentalist picture of the role science and technology play in improving the human condition and helping to surpass its limitations. On the contrary, Euro-transhumanism adopts a certain philosophical pessimism, or at least realism, when it comes to the question of human suffering, acknowledging its inevitability in a way that is not without reminding of Nietzsche in The Birth of Tragedy. At the same time, it does not reject completely the possibility of using science and technology, combined with art and aesthetics in a quite Nietzschean and Foucauldian fashion, in order to better human existence both quantitatively and qualitatively, favoring, for instance, an increased health span over the quest for immortality, without absolutizing their role either, inviting us to embrace pluralism and perspectivism and become aware of their continuous movement into relationality, to quote Ora Schussler, against the exacerbated individualism that characterizes classical transhumanism. Thus, Sogner's Euro-transhumanism constitutes an approach that lies between hyperhumanism on the one hand and the syncretic reconciliation of human existence with that of other beings and reality in general, pertaining to critical posthumanism on the other, Schussler tells us. This translates at the ethical and political levels by the promotion of what Sogner calls negative freedom, which consists in a fluid interplay between a libertarian and a social democratic system, with the aim of avoiding the excesses of both hyper-individualism and the dystopian perspective of a techno-totalitarianism based on genetic discrimination by building a proper democratic system, protecting diversity, plurality, equality, and freedom of critical thinking. However, Euro-transhumanism, for all its qualities, is not free of reproaches either. For instance, is in the way it tends to disregard the pervasive dimension and risks associated with current technologies supposed to improve human existence, in particular AI, and which, on the contrary, threaten individual freedom through permanent and ubiquitous, because dematerialized, surveillance and monitoring, seeing the individual only as a variable of adjustment within society, which must be optimized, as Deleuze has already shown with what he calls a society of control, itself of development of Foucault's notion of disciplinary society associated with modernity. Other reproaches include Sogner's Nietzschean-inspired perspectivism that considers, and I quote, statements about the world, and here particularly regarding man or the human, as nothing more than interpretations, as well as the insufficiency of this freedom to define the boundaries of freedom in the living society, and a potential complacency towards suffering, since it is ultimately unavoidable. To conclude this presentation, we can say that while Sogner's Transhumanism constitutes an interesting contemporary interpretation of what Foucault and Nietzsche before him have presented as the end and surpassing of man, combining in an original and constructive manner the main insights of both classical transhumanism and critical posthumanism, which, as we have seen, correspond to the two main, quite opposite forms of contemporary discourse on the overcoming of the human. It will be able to provide a satisfying answer to the question what can or should succeed to man or the human today, only when it will have successfully shown that this will not happen at the cost of one sense of subjectivity or agency, nor at that of a more respectful, compassionate, and inclusive relationship with the others and reality at large. All right, well, that was all. Thank you very much for your attention. Gorav Maragot, as we say here in Irish.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Now we have time to questions. Any questions or comments?
I think I left people very perplexed. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. It's okay. You can be, you can shoot like that. There's no problem at all. I'll take any question, any comments, anything. All right, I'll just assume that my talk gave you a lot to think about, which is perhaps a good thing.
I just heard the last sentences. You mentioned Nietzsche and compassion. How do those things mix? All right, as Nietzsche seems, more aggressive type, more bent on power and less on goodwill amongst men. So how can you reconcile the idea of power as the meaning and good in society?
Okay, I think there's a problem with the sound, so I didn't get the whole of the question. I heard it's something to do with Nietzsche, and maybe if someone could just restate the question in a matter of a few words, because the sound is really not good. I couldn't hear much.
I can understand either the sound. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now. Yeah. Maybe if you just keep the mic closer, yeah.
Yeah, if you can understand how to reconcile the right power in Nietzschean terms with good in society at large, in the relations between humans.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. It's a very ambiguous relationship that transhumanism has with Friedrich Nietzsche. Some transhumanists tend to consider themselves as Nietzscheans to some extent, and others completely reject Nietzsche because of the reasons you mentioned, because Nietzsche is incompatible with this idea of trying to construct society where democratic or egalitarian society where everybody would beneficiate from, like, you know, like enhancements, let's say, to the body and mind and things like that. It's a good question, actually. The only reason why I mentioned Nietzsche in the presentation is that is one of the first thinkers who kind of deal with this idea of man as something that can be surpassed, and not only that can be, but should be surpassed. So Nietzsche has decided that the Übermensch is the logical next step, so to speak. But he has this very aristocratic conception of it, where only a few select individuals can become the Übermensch. And that's very problematic, as you say. So I think it would be interesting to ask also Professor Sogner, because I think he dabbled a bit into Nietzschean philosophy. But there are ways, I guess, that you can try and reconcile Nietzsche. The problem is that, you know, when you start like thinking, okay, what part should I keep? I think the idea of, you know, the human being as in the process of transition towards something higher, like maybe it's something interesting, but maybe this idea that it's only a few selected individual, maybe that's more problematic. So how do we compromise here? To be honest, I wouldn't necessarily consider myself as a Nietzschean in that sense. I think Nietzsche is fascinating, and what he says is super relevant in a lot of ways. But I think I don't see myself living in a Nietzschean world, because I probably wouldn't be one of those Übermenschen. I don't see myself, you know, I probably wouldn't be part of the select few people who become an Übermensch. So that's not for me. Yeah, I think just to come back to your question, then the only interest that I have in Nietzsche is more like a theoretical one, to try and understand the origins of transhumanism. But now, if I think about transhumanism from an ethical perspective, then obviously Nietzschean kind of view of it would be undesirable, I guess. And I guess Professor Sogner would probably agree with me on that one, that it's not very compatible with your transhumanism in the sense of egalitarian kind of liberal, social democracy, all of that. That wouldn't be something that could be reconciled with Nietzsche.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to know, you are the true Korean, so I'd like to know the relationship between the pouvoir and the transhumanism. So Foucault said that the subject was made by power. So how do you think the modified man will be made by some kind of power? So I would like to know your opinion.
Thank you very much for the question. That's why I mentioned biopolitics, because I think when you see a lot of practices associated with transhumanism, it is clear that when you look at the institutions behind that, it very much aligns with the criticism Foucault was making already in 1970s of like this kind of mechanisms of power. They're trying to, they're trying to kind of take over the individual in a sense, in such a way that how could I kind of phrase that? In such a way that, and I think that was mentioned in the presentation before me, that the choice of enhancements ultimately does not necessarily rest in the individual, but that becomes part of power structures that are kind of imposed on the individual. So I think the question of autonomy is super important, and particularly when you look at Kant and the Enlightenment, and that's why I mentioned Kant as well as one of the main sources of transhumanism, because you have this kind of contradiction between these kind of liberal attitudes, people should be free to do what they want, their body and their mind, and like freedom is at the center of it all, and then at the same time you see the kind of risks associated with like eugenics and things like that. I think someone mentioned the fact that, you know, a parent can choose, for instance, the genome of their children, or like, you know, if maybe there's some kind of hereditary disease or something that they think within the genome is not going to be beneficial to the child, and they can modify it before like the child is born. So you have a very complicated tension here between that potentially totalitarian dimension within transhumanism and this kind of genuine desire to, you know, for instance, the notion of morphological freedom, to let people decide for themselves what they want to be. And I think that the example that Professor Zogner mentioned this morning of someone, you know, with the leg, that he could take the leg if they don't like their leg. It's a kind of extreme, but I guess, yeah, if you really take freedom that direction, I guess, you know, saying that people should be able to make their own choices. And should not, you know, you shouldn't have this idea, this normative idea that everybody should have two legs. And if you don't have two legs, that's bad. So yeah, it's definitely like something that will need to be addressed anyway as science and technology continue to progress, and as technologies become more and more ubiquitous and more part of everyday life. And that's why I think Foucault is relevant as well today. But someone will talk about it more in detail tomorrow, I think. There's a talk on biopolitics, so.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation and for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mulțumesc, as you say.
So now it's time for another speaker. It's Giulio Ardenti, with the topic Death, Orthodoxy and Human Enhancement, the case of Nikolai Fyodorov. Giulio is a graduate student in theology and religious studies at the University of Italian Switzerland, currently working on a thesis focusing on Russian philosopher Vladimir Soloviev. Before, he obtained MA from the University of Padua, Italy, graduating with a thesis on the 4th century Church Father Gregory of Nyssa. His research interests include theological and philosophical anthropology, the philosophy of social media and technology, religious existentialism, and Orthodox apophatic theology. He currently lives in Padua, works with the social services, and is on the lookout for PhD opportunities. And I will try to recruit him for my PhD school. Thank you, floor is yours.
Thank you. As you've heard, my presentation will focus on Nikolai Fyodorov, who, as many of you know, is a 19th century Russian philosopher who had a very radical view of the mission of man in the cosmos and of technology. For instance, he advocated for human immortality, the raising of the dead, and space colonization, and things like that. So many people tend to see him as some kind of forerunner of the modern transhumanist movement. I don't think that's true, but given that Fyodorov was also a pious Orthodox Christian, I will try to use his thought to see how it may inform the debate, the ongoing debate between Christianity and transhumanism. Now, even though the cosmos is, what man ought to do, and what the future is going to look like, what we must do of it, and so on. For instance, I will quote from a leading 20th century Protestant theologian, Jürgen Moltmann, who says, "When God comes in his glory, he will fill the universe with his radiance. Everyone will see him, and he will swallow up death forever. This future is God's mode of being in history," unquote. Now, if we pretend as if God were not mentioned, there is some kind of common ground between Christianity's eschatological outlook and what transhumanism, especially some of the most utopian strands of it. And I think this is precisely where Fyodorov comes into play. But before we delve deeper into his thought, I would like to present an orthodox view of death, which is the one that Fyodorov is quite straightforwardly drawing from. Now, as you know, the problem of death has historically been central to the virtual entirety of Western thought. And for example, we may quote from a contemporary, very famous biologist, aka Richard Dawkins, who says we're all going to die, and that makes us the lucky ones, which means that everything in existence is better than is going to die, to disappear forever, but that still is better than never having been at all. Now, as an aside, this will probably have a lot of the most, anti-natalist thinkers object to this, but there's another strand of Christian thought that much before the anti-natalist links the problem of death with other procreation. So, for instance, St. Gregory of Nyssa, very important 4th century church father, sort of anticipate contemporary anti-natalist arguments when he urges his readers to avoid giving birth to children, for they would be giving birth to people who shall unavoidably die. And this is, in some sense, Fyodorov's point of departure, because he also, as Nikolai Bergyaev notes, wants to affirm a cult of eternal childhood. He says that death is the main problem of humankind, and that therefore all our collective struggles ought to be directed to overcoming death. This is not particularly original idea of Fyodorov, actually, because as I was saying, it is something that is drawn entirely from the Orthodox tradition. And in this tradition, it is important to appeal to a concept that is that of the tunic sophied, which is all the consequences that the original sin, that the fall had on the human body, human life, and on the cosmos in general. Again, according to Gregory of Nyssa, the final restoration of the cosmos, the apokatastasis, shall erase death, the tunic sophied, and everything that is consequence of original sin. It necessarily follows from all this that mortality is not part of human nature. So the resurrected man is immortal, which is a fairly standard notion in most Christian theologies. But also, the other conclusion that we may draw from this is that theosis, or deification, which is the ultimate goal of the human life according to patristic and Orthodox theology, is by no means something that may or may not await us in the afterlife. Death, which is but a tragic deviation from mankind's natural work towards everlasting union with its creator, cannot be a conditio sine qua non for our salvation and entrance into the divine life. So another thing which pertains to Orthodox theology and which influences Fyodorov is that of the logi, which is an idea that is present in Christian thought and is in its origin, but finds one of the most systematic treatments in St. Maximus the Confessor, which is not an intellectual that Fyodorov mentions by name, but according to the study of the American historian Eugene Clay, is particularly present in his works. And the loci are the ultimate meanings of everything in creation. They are creation as it is in the mind of God. So they lie deeper than the consequences of the fall are able to penetrate, and therefore Fyodorov says technology may help us uncover them. So his idea is that we use technology to undo the tunics of ide to get to what creation actually always had to be, what creation actually is, as I was taught in the minor God. Yeah, so so to put Fyodorov into dialogue with contemporary posthumanism and transhumanism, I will point out that Fyodorov's view of nature is strikingly Kantian. He says he views nature as the realm of the blind forces of necessity, which even if was created by God to be a rational, to be a rational ensemble of harmonious elements, has been completely tainted by the consequences of the fall. So his thought is not only that we use technology to undo the tunics of ide and so forth, but also that we use our human reason, that is the very thing that distinguishes us from the animal and animals and other beings in creation, to render it something that may be worthy of being called the creation of God. So I think that this places him at a radical antithesis with modern posthumanism, which is fundamentally non-dualistic kind of thought, which tries to move past the dichotomies that have always characterized Western metaphysics, such as man versus animal, male versus female, human versus machine, and so forth. However, as we saw, Fyodorov is not concerned with a deconstruction of the human and horizontal understanding of life, rejects primacy and hierarchies, because no stratum of existence shall be left untouched by the common task, which is the main goal of Fyodorov's philosophy. The critiques that Orthodox theologians have moved against Fyodorov may also be used to highlight how the Christian and Orthodox theology has reacted to the modern transhumanist movement. So, for example, we may appeal to a paper by a contemporary Orthodox theology whose name is Brandon Gallagher, who, and I quote, says, "If transhumanism begins with the perceived failure of creation to live up to divine aspiration of humanity, then orthodoxy begins with gratitude for God's gift of creation as a living sacrament of the divine presence, who is Jesus Christ, life in all its fullness." By which means that transhumanism, which uses a Dostoevskian term to call man-godhood, is something that is based on the human hubris and will to power, whereas Orthodoxy is based on the humble acceptance of God's free gift of grace. With all this in mind, however, it may be interesting to notice what Christianity may have to say about the current debates regarding human enhancement. As you probably know, the general view of Christian is that is very bioconservative. They do not see that technology may be of help to improve the human condition from an ontological perspective. However, Fyodorov. As we said, we may appeal again to the concept of the tunic sophyte and remember that what some of the things that we see as humans, such as, for example, the need to eat in order to survive, or mortality itself, or something that something that Fyodorov would see as absolutely not pertaining to the humans, and so would Orthodox theology. So in this sense, it must be rejected. The view that things like autotrophy or indefinite life extension are something that Christians may or should uphold is to be rejected. So this is precisely why Fyodorov and the later cosmists are in favor of modifying the human body, even though they share the Christian view that the body is not something that is to be seen as a trap or a simulacrum, but something that pertains to my very personhood. In conclusion, there is an important Russian theologian who accused Fyodorov of necromancy, and his name is Sergei Bulyakov. And I don't think that is true, because what Fyodorov is actually longing for is a true resurrection. However, I think Bulyakov is correct that the church sected and prayed for the resurrection of the dead long before Fyodorov came up with his common task. What this critique sheds light on is the fact that Fyodorov is not mistaken because he goes too far, but rather because he does not go far enough. He calls for everyone to participate in the task for raising the dead, but until we figure out a way to do so, the dead stay dead. However, in the mainstream Orthodox view, the saints and the departed do their, by praying and all that for us, do their part in bringing about the universal resurrection. And I think another weak spot in Fyodorov's philosophy is that despite its fight against the power of death, the common task, even if it is fulfilled, will not deliver us from such power. What it can promise us is a state of deathlessness, but that is not enough to warrant immortality in the fullest sense. We may refer to Fyodorov's view as some kind of technological apokatastasis, which, as I said, is the resurrection, is the ultimate restoration of the world as it always was in the mind of God. But that is not enough to warrant immortality, because we must remember that the tunic sophyte are something that is consequence of the fall and not something that caused it. And therefore, there is nothing in Fyodorov that may prevent us from making a second fall happen, potentially. So immortality is more based on what St. Augustine called non posse peccare, which is Latin for to be unable to sin, which can only be achieved when the human will and freedom shall perfectly align with God's. So I think that with this in mind, Christians ought to be suspicious of any narrative that promises the common task or the singularity or whatever post-human condition as a sort of end of history, for they know that we already fell from a condition even loftier than any of those. However, so I think, in conclusion, that while Fyodorov has a very important point in reminding us that Christianity is not obliged to subscribe to a bioconservative view, I am also skeptical that Christians and transhumanists, that Christian may be transhumanists in any meaningful sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Now it's time for questions and comments. We have one question.
Yes. Julia, thank you very much for your presentation. That was great. And I would like to ask you something about theology and transhumanism. So there is a professor, there's a Warwick University professor, Steve Fuller, who has a theological approach of transhumanism. It's very interesting. He considers that there are his argument is difficult to resume, but basically he considers that there is an alternative version of modernity. The modernity from Aquinas is the one that is dominant. He considers an alternative professed by priest John Scotus. And the idea is that what in Aquinas, he called it equivocal modernity, and the idea is that it's an equivocal ontology, that basically in that ontology, God created the beings and the world, and therefore is separated from those beings, while for Scotus, actually God is the perfection of all those beings that he or she embodies. So the idea is that for Scotus, the idea is that virtue gets closer to God, because the more perfect we are, the closer we are to the perfect entity, which is God. So my question simply is, do you think that transhumanist theological conception could be closer to Fyodorov?
To Fyodorov or to Scotus?
To Fyodorov.
Okay. I think that what Scotus or Fuller were pointed out is that there is this tradition that I was also talking about, which says that the ultimate goal of the Christian or man in general is theosis, which is the union of God, or union of man with God. And one famous church father, which is Athanasius of Alexandria, says that God became man so that man may become God. And of course, there is a very strong thematic similarity between this ancient Christian anthropology and transhumanism. What I'm skeptical about is more the fact that man, from a Christian perspective, can attain all of this by its own forces. So I think that another thing that we may think is that technology may be seen, if all nature is a consequence of the fall, and technology is has often been conceived as something that mirrors nature, even though it improves it, then technology is, even though it has an element of human creativity in it, then it also may be seen as a consequence of the fall as well. So, of course, we may use technology to to improve ourselves, to live longer and all that. But in the end, I don't think that there is, from a Christian perspective, a chance to think that technology may lead us closer to God or to deification.
Okay.
Thank you. We have time for one more question.
I think one could simply throw upon a couple of, on the Bible, the parable of the talents, and say, look,
technologies are our talents, and who gets rewarded for the ones who's using the talents. There's not hide the talent under the earth. So, and our technologies to make us live longer. That's and in the Bible, many people are mentioned to live like 120 years old. There's Methuselah. We only have an average life expectancy of 80 years, so you can easily turn that into an argument resting on the Bible in favor of transhumanism. Secondly, there's, de facto, there's actually, a friend of mine he's a chair in a Catholic theology department in Germany, Bochum, Benedict Paul Zöcke. He had to be approved from, in the end from the Vatican to get to like a Catholic theology, and he's a transhumanist and a Catholic theologian. Tomorrow we'll be having an Islamic theologian who's coming here, who's trying to combine the Islam and transhumanism, which is quite an intriguing endeavor. So there are quite a few approaches who go into that direction. So that was like as a cover brief, and that it can be connected. And the second point, did you consider, because it's actually transhumanism is a central part of a lot of contemporary Orthodox discussions, whether you took that into consideration, for example. Dugin, who sort of was married, at the beginning of the world. He wrote a lot of books on transhumanism, against transhumanism, arguing in favor of Eurasian orthodoxy, and the entire West is evil, and it is summarized as transhumanism, as liberalism, democracy, and the LGBTQIA, all the evils in the world, that's transhumanism. And this is sort of how his understanding, his conceptualization of transhumanism. And Kirill I, the patriarch in Moscow, he participated in many anti-transhumanist endeavors. So they're really strongly against. And politically, it's very interesting to see that there's actually a close alliance between the former advisor of Trump, Steve Bannon, who wrote the preface for an anti-transhumanist book, and he was meeting Dugin in Rome in 2018, together with the advisor of Bolsonaro, and they were all a certain type of traditionalism. You probably heard dealt with that, and they like the medieval Christianity in a hierarchical sense. That's the ideal which needs to be aspired for. Enlightenment is already downfall. And they all see, obviously, transhumanism as the worst evil. Dugin explicitly said the idea of the devil.
I think so I'm not an expert on Dugin, first of all, but what I read of him is exactly very strongly against transhumanism, as you said, and all that. But I think that it tends to have this view of transhumanism that is more inspired by dystopian science fiction than what we hear today, for example. And also I don't think that Dugin's approach is ideal, because, as I said, I think it tends to still see Christianity as being one voice with bioconservatism, and I don't think that that really applies. But also because if we are appealing to the Eastern Orthodox tradition, then there is a very strong apophaticism. So, as Gregory of Nyssa says, if man is the image of God, of the God who is unknowable and ineffable and so on, then so is man. So you cannot really have so strong a definition of what the human is to be a bioconservative, basically, to say that it needs to be like this for all of its history, basically. I agree also with the point that you make about the parable of talents. I think I fail to see though how, even though I agree that it may be used as an apologetics basically for technology and for the usage of technology in the human life, it needs to be specifically used as advocating transhumanism. That's the part that I'm missing. So as we see in Fyodorov, for example, he advocates for technology in ways that are even more radical than what people like Elon Musk or the other Silicon Valley techno oligarchs will tell us, and yet he's not a transhumanist. So I don't think that you need to be a transhumanist to have a very strong view of a very strong techno optimism and have a very strong view of what technology may be used for, in the human life, basically.
Yeah. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time and we have to move on.
Okay. Or a little comment here. From an outsider, what I see here, because Damian was on the materialistic part and I was there in my group. So based on philosophy of science, philosophy of science, all this technology, computer science, physics even, they are on a very different plane with the theologians. And first time I heard from a foreigner theology is philosophy, I was really surprised and shocked. So maybe you have to take this broader view and see how to reconcile what I see in your effort is to reconcile. So Fyodorov somehow reconciles both and find a common ground, and the other theologians, they don't mix with the technology enhancement, and that's obvious. So good luck, very interesting. And Università Svizzera Italiana in Lugano?
Yeah.
Okay, small world. I was there for a sabbatical in 2009. Beautiful.
Oh.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the last speaker of the session, Vasileios Stratis, with the presentation The Transcendence of Genders in Origin of Alexandria. Vasileios comes from Athens, Greece. He's a PhD candidate in philosophy in the Athens National and Kapodistrian University under the supervision of George Staelis. His PhD topic is the anthropology in early Christianity and the early Middle Ages in relation with gender theory and posthumanism. He has a degree in history and archaeology, English literature, and a master's degree in philosophy. Speaks Greek, English, French, German, and Italian fluently. Is working as a secondary school teacher of classics, philosophy, and history, and has worked as an English teacher too. Is also a theology student. Is interested in philosophy, Christian theology, and generally the history of ideas, as well as gender theory and post-humanist, transhumanist ideas. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation right away. I hope, well, it's better without the earplugs on. I don't know if you can hear me well. So, Origin of Alexandria was a 3rd century theologian. He was one of the most prolific theologians of the early Christianity, and he developed an interesting anthropology in his exegetical and philosophical work. We could be tempted to parallel it with modern gender theories, such as the queer theory, since he thinks of genders as non-essential for the essence of humans, or even with transhumanist or post-humanist ideas like post-genderism, because his eschatological vision of the human body is that of having been freed from bodily restriction, one of which is the distinction of sexes or genders. Let us see how he develops his set of ideas. In his exegesis of the Genesis story, and his homilies on the Genesis, about the creation of humans, he sees three phases. In the first one, God creates humans according to his image. Since God has no body, humans are created as bodiless spiritual beings like the rest of the rational beings, the logikoi, that is, angels and later humans. Praise male and female created he them in Genesis 1:26f is intrinsically connected with the creation in God's image. So male and female refers to God's image, to God, to the human likeness to God. And is explained by Origen as an allegory of the harmony that should exist between the spirit, the male superior component of our nature, and the soul, the female. He distinguishes God's making of man, pio in Greek, or facere in the Latin translation of Rufinus, from the subsequent shaping of human bodies, where he uses plus, or in Rufinus' translation, plasmai, which is to shape. They both make up the perfect primordial human who is in full communion with God. This first composite being is beyond what we now know of as sexes or genders. It is characteristic, I will analyze it later, that he thinks of only male and female belonging to this divine image, not woman or the distinction, these differentiated parts of the human race as part of God's image. I will explain why. Therefore, he considers the two genders as merely allegorical or grammatical conventions that allude to the two non-material components of the human existence. In the second phase of creation, God infuses the material soul into the body. So it is then that we notice the initiation of sexual differentiation, despite the fact that the sacred prototype still remains in our humanity. But this differentiation is a broader, less gender-specific identity. It denotes more emphatically the aforementioned dual aspect of the inner man. It is in a way the concrete shaping of the perfect human prototype, the arren, the male, and the thili, the female, in harmony, which reassure spiritual productivity and growth. You can see that in his first homily of the Genesis. This body, nonetheless, is not the kind of body we have now. It's an ethereal kind of body, of a refined substance, like the one angels have. So it has no physical sexuality. Sexes come as a side effect of the fall. When the first sacred couple misuse their freedom and taste the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they perceive their nudity and are vested with fleshly tunics, as the Bible says. That is, the corruptible bodies, the corruptible flesh, with everything this entails. Corruptible bodies, death and mortality, sex distinction, and biological procreation. Now we come to his eschatology, which is more interesting. Distinction and categorization are generally the byproducts of the distanciation from divine grace, with the Word of God, Christ, that is God's image, who, by the way, is described as beyond sexes, beyond differentiations. It is interesting that in his commentary on the Song of Songs, he develops a mystical theology. The bridegroom, the Christ, is beyond even the neuter sex. He's neither male nor female. He's also not neuter. He's all genders. So the female, the soul, the human soul, the church is called upon to be united with this prototype, Christ, so as to attain this perfection. Anyway, in the resurrection, we are returning to our sacred prototype and this is open through the incarnation of Christ. Therefore, Christians are called upon to resemble Christ through their spiritual struggle and be united with him by renouncing all fleshly urges, including sexuality. So, particularly in his exhortation to martyrdom, section 6, quote, he says, "Let us then strive to imitate him, not only in martyrdom, but also in chastity and self-restraint. Origen ties virginity and chastity to the Christian perfection." So he introduces a model of ascetic, asexual life, let's say. The best way to reach heaven is to lead a chaste life of celibacy, and in this respect, have an angel-like body, even from this dimension we are in now. What is striking is that in the end times, when everything will be restored back into its initial unity, it is the doctrine of the apokatastasis, the restoration of all distinctions, all differentiations, all categorizations, including sexual differentiation, will be abolished. We will be vested with angelic, glorious, incorruptible bodies that will no longer be prone to material restrictions, including sexuality. These, according to his treatise against Celsus, which is apologetic work, he says that this resurrected body will no longer have material form, but will be transformed into a spiritual world, so that it is capable of leading a spiritual, heavenly life. And death will be vanquished, together along with disease and childbearing, social designations of gender differentiation, and the institutions like marriage, for instance, will no longer be. This is the famous, he draws from this famous poem, says, "In Christ there is no man, woman, no male or female, no slave or free man, nor Greek, Jew, but we are all in Christ, one." Everyone is one. There is unity. We are all one in Christ, regardless of all factors that split up our humanity into segmentations, categorizations. There will be a general transcendence of everything that ties us to death and decay. There will be neither men nor women, but we will be sexless like the angels. This also draws from Matthew. Could this really be regarded as a post-genderist or transhumanist approach? Is this some kind of theology, since it refers to a transcendence of binary? Indeed, Origen talks about a transformation of the body in nearly the same way that transhumanism does. Indeed, Origen sounds like a queer theologian when he portrays the primordial human prototype as non-binary and comes up with the eschatological vision of a body that has no gender-specific characteristics. Several scholars indeed see Origen of Alexandria through the lens of queer theology. According to Moore, Origen does not transcend genders, but ignores the boundaries between them. Pickstock identifies an effeminate masculinity in Origenian mystical theology. Hollywood characterizes Origen's interpretation of the Song of Songs as queer mysticism. Mina argues that Origen's understanding of spiritual progress involves a performative renunciation of bodily identity, including gendered identity. He sees Origen's theology of transformation and spiritual ascent as producing a destabilization of gender fixity, applying to Origen Judith Butler's theory of performativity. Robertson, while not solely on Origen, dedicates a section to his eschatology, reading it through a queer, apophatic lens, claiming that Origen's denial of fixed gender identity, eschaton, reflects an early Christian queering of the body and identity. Finally, while Ilaria Ramelli does not identify as a queer theorist, but presents an eschatological erasure of gender and Origen, she provides critical material for queer interpretations. Moreover, Origen's transcendence of the sexes and genders seems like a kind of primitive post-genderism, in a Bible-based exegetical theological framework. As in Origin, where the body is ultimately non-essential, is tied to bodily form and is irrelevant in our final spiritual return. Similarly, like for instance, Martin Bloch and James Hughes, the gender is social by thus modifiable or obsolete in our potential post-human state. Thus, a point of convergence could be there, namely in the idea that gender is a non-essential part of our identity and is therefore a transcendable part of the human identity. Actually, in Origin, the sexes and even the gender, which is a social construct, a byproduct of the fall also, is a temporary, provisional state. Of course, he says that it is part of God's memory. God knew we were going to fall, so he made the bodies, and this is also a specimen, a sample of his grace, an indication of his grace. He pitied us, so he made the bodies. Here comes the great but. However, in all of these above efforts to bring the two philosophies together, there is a fundamental obstacle. Although there is a common vision of post-material identity, eventual obsolescence of embodied gendered existence, transhumanism, this vision is largely secular and anthropocentric, focused on human enhancement, while in Origin's vision, it is theological and soteriological. So the goal is redemption and it is the return to God. Although Origen belongs to the Platonizing trend in the early Christianity, he still remains a Christian, and more overtly a theologian par excellence, whose primary concern is to interpret the scriptures on the basis of the fundamental principles of the doctrines which were being shaped at this period of Christianity. He shapes a solid Christian theology where God and the spiritual realm play the most important role. God is predetermined and will go on determining the human nature until the end times. He has even predetermined our corruptible bodies. His goal is to attract humanity back to him. As to a post-embodied resurrected existence, Origen describes a Christian supernatural vision of angel-like, asexual, genderless, non-material beings in union with the divine, whereas transhumanists speak on material terms, or terms that presuppose matter, such as the digital mind or the virtual or synthetic existence or an artificial body, etc. Although in both cases the vision of selfhood is beyond flesh, sex and gender, the latter is a product of pure human intelligence and labor, whereas the former presupposes divine will and grace and will be effectuated in a supernatural manner after an enunciation of sex-tied activities on the part of humanity. Besides, what markedly differentiates the two anthropologies is the means through which this transcendence will be attained. In Origen's early Christian theology, the path is spiritual discipline, along with presupposed divine grace. It is also a mystical spiritual struggle that will eventually unite us with Christ, the Logos, the Son of God, the Logos, the rational principle, are made whole. As in the gender and post-gender theories, everything is about self-assertion, and they also be leading to a material intervention. So, Origen and Christian envisaged pathological humanity as a return to the primordial divinity, or to the union of the divine image, the Logos, Christ, according to whom we were made. It could be a non-binary vision of mankind that also marks the transcendence of all constraining factors of our biology, but preaches the victory of the intellect on matter. In reality, this Christian Platonizing trend is radically different from modern queer or post-genderist approaches of transhumanist inspiration, in that In the Christian ones, including Origen's, a force above humanity, or rather a being above humanity, God, plays the first and the final role. And humans are called upon to work on a moral and a mystical level in order to be united with their divine prototype, Logos Christ, and thus in eternal life and an existence above all distinctions, material restrictions, including the dichotomy of the two sexes, gender. In his commentary of the Song of Songs, there's a beautiful part where he says, "The soul is wounded by the love of the Word, the heavenly bridegroom. Her desire is not carnal, but spiritual. She seeks with the Logos." Here, Origen gives non-erotic allegory, spiritual allegory to the Song of Songs, redirecting sensual imagery to express the soul's longing for divine wisdom. We're talking about divine wisdom here. He deliberately subverts sexual interpretation in favor of spiritual intimacy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. Now it's time for comments, questions. We have 2 questions.
I'll try to listen because it's not very easy.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. What the topic that you touched on is very, very interesting for me, and I get inspired for this non-sexual from the book of Michel Houellebecq. Michel Houellebecq, The Possibility of an Island. You don't hear? So, Michel Houellebecq's book, The Possibility of an Island, where people were genetically modified so they don't procreate. And I feel that fascinating because they also don't eat but photosynthesize. So there is a lot of resources for intellectual growth, spiritual, and so forth, which I like very much. On the other side, I feel that the microphone is not on? So on the other side, maybe you can listen after that to the recording and you can hear.
I'll try to listen with the earplugs, but I couldn't listen. You talked about the possibility of?
The possibility of
didn't listen much.
It's a book from Michel Houellebecq. It's by Michel Houellebecq. It's a futuristic book. So genetically modified people who do not procreate but clone and photosynthesize instead of wasting all this time for food production and everything. So it leaves a lot of time for spiritual, intellectual growth, and I fancy that very much. On the other side, the gender roles that are assigned to women, the origin of the family, of private property, the family in the state, is another angle, interesting work to go back to and see how this is exploitation of the women's body, because the private property should be protected, right? So, unfortunately, there is no point in talking about here, but
What you're saying is very interesting, but I can't make out what you're saying. I'm sorry, I couldn't make out. You said something about angels, some Michel, whatever, a writer. I couldn't hear anything.
Friedrich Engels, the old one. All right. Any sense?
Can you please? Sorry, but I can't hear. I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Maybe he muted us.
I can hear you, but I can't make out what you're saying. Could you come closer? Or?
It's fine.
There's a kind of echo. I'm sorry about this.
So, who has another question?
No, she doesn't hear.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, now I will pass the mic to someone else with another question. I hope you will hear that question.
Sorry, may I ask a question? I hope that you can hear me. I was just hoping that you could just jump in. Brilliant, amazing. I just wanted to connect your talk with the one before you, that about Fyodorov, because both Fyodorov and the theologian that you're talking about in your presentation, they are both Orthodox theologians. However, the difference I think between them is that, like, Fyodorov has this idea that salvation does not rely entirely on divine grace. They used to say it's not anymore the operation of God to save us, but we can participate in that mission and take an integral part in saving ourselves through technological means. So I don't know how much knowledge you have about Fedorov and Cosmism, and but I just wanted to have your opinion if you have to compare Fedorov with this kind of ancient, not ancient, but early church fathers theology. What would you make of it, so to speak? Because I think that there's an interesting shift happening here, right, between this kind of early Orthodox theology, and you have already this idea of theosis, but then you have the interpretation that people living in the 19th century, like Fedorov, are making of it.
I think also Fyodorov is in the same framework, in the same tradition, the same patristic roots. He probably derives his theology from the Cappadocians, or maybe Maximus the Confessor, theologians like that, because the Origenist theology has found fertile ground on the Cappadocians and later theology of the Eastern Orthodox Church. I think he's in the same framework, but Origen is strongly influenced by the Pauline tradition of the Church, heavily influenced, let's say, with by a Platonizing trend. There is this dichotomy, spirit and flesh. That's why flesh is not bad, but it's a bit confusing. His stance is a bit confusing. On the one hand, it's the byproduct of the fall. On the other side, it's yes. But what you said about a free choice of humanity to be saved in Origin, it's like this. But God has to work on that. Predestination, I think in Origin there is predestination. We're destined to acquire the kingdom of heaven. It's our destination. It's the primary goal. But freedom also plays a very important role there. It's this contradiction, not contradiction, this double stance he has. There is freedom on the one hand and divine grace. Unless God wills, nothing can be done. This is his idea, I think.
Indeed.
But it's the same tradition. It's the same tradition, but the one I'm talking about is early Christianity. Fyodorov probably has been influenced by Russian theologians, well, by late Byzantine theology, the theoses, the hesychasts, and so on. Gregory Palamas, I don't know. He reminds me of theologies of this sort.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have answered your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
This is my
answer.
Okay,
fair enough. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for your presentation and the questions. Unfortunately, we have to land. So yeah.
We have a 15 minutes coffee break, so
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.